Thank you for being here and braving the terrible weather that we've got this morning. For those of you joining online, I hope you're dry, warm, and comfortable, because everyone here is wet and damp. Secondly, if there is an issue, we have a great program for you today, but if there's an issue during the day, if an alarm goes off or anything like that, just please follow the instructions of a CSIS staff member or the well at exit signs. Our rally point is across the street on the square. With no further ado, because we have a busy program today, I would like to welcome Representative Miller Meeks, who represents the 1st District in Iowa, for a conversation with the Assistant Director of our program, Quill Robinson. Miller Meeks, would you please join us?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And Representative Miller Meeks, thank you so much for joining us and braving the traffic this morning. I want to give credit to my colleague, Cy, for putting together this excellent event today. I think we're going to be tackling a very interesting topic. And my goal with this brief conversation is to sort of set the stage. And as we have so many folks from the private sector, from NGOs in the room, I'm hoping that we can get the perspective from Capitol Hill by talking to Rep. Miller Meeks here this morning. So just to start, on this topic of load growth, I'd love to hear just your sort of framing thoughts on this topic before we dive into a couple of specific issues.
So first, housekeeping, I apologize for being late. There was traffic, and I am still mostly dry, but not quite all the way dry. And thank you to all of us joining online. So this is my 4th year in Congress. I represent Iowa's 1st congressional district, and I'll talk a little bit about that. By background, I was a nurse, then a physician. I spent 24 years in the military, active duty and reserve. And why am I talking about energy? I'm not from any of the energy sectors per se, except for I'm called the Energizer Bunny. I'm the chair of the Conservative Climate Caucus, and Iowa is an energy state. So we are a net exporter of energy, especially in the renewable space. So 50% of our energy is from renewables. Over 60% of our electricity now is from wind. We're a net exporter. We have ethanol, biodiesel, compressed renewable natural gas, hydropower, wind, solar. We do have some coal, although it's a lower part of our portfolio. Our grid is MISO in Indianapolis. I have been there, so I know where our energy comes from and the challenges it faces. So in regard to load demand, I know it's very popular to hear now that we didn't know that the load demand was going to be what it is because traditionally the load demand has been low. I would just say I went to my first COP in 2021, my 1st year in Congress, and even at that time, I remember having conversations, listening to talks, and it was perceived that energy demand was increasing 50% over the next 20 years. So I think the fact that energy demand is going up is no surprise, and that's without adding data centers and AI. And I think in all of my hearings, I'm only the past 2 years on the Energy and Commerce Committee, both because of healthcare and energy. So I'm the only member on the Republican side that has both healthcare and energy experience. But I think one of the things that has been very challenging for me is that as an administration has wanted to move more into renewable space and to go forth on their promises to environmental groups, they've ignored, and I know this because I've asked the EPA this numerous times, they've ignored the fact that energy demand is going up. So when we've had conversations with the administrator of the EPA, I'll give you 2 rules. One, Power Plant 2.0, which takes 30% of power plants offline if they're coal or natural gas within a decade, less than a decade, without any acknowledgement that demand is going up and how do we make up for taking those power plants offline. So if you didn't have carbon capture underground storage, CCUS, for a coal, you had to go offline, and that technology has not yet been used for that. We know CCUS works, however. And then the second rule was the tailpipe emissions rule. And so probably most of you know the tailpipe emissions rule, which was to have 66% of vehicles in the United States electric by, now it's less than 8 years, by 8 years. So if you have 2 rules, one that's going to take power off the grid, and 2 that's going to increase demand significantly, you have about 300 million vehicles in the U.S. These are government data. It takes about 100 kilowatt hours to get, or 30 kilowatt hours to get a single, 100-mile charge for an electric vehicle. What's the demand? The math is kind of easy. The demand is 6 trillion kilowatt hours for a single 100-mile charge. So if you're increasing demand without data centers and AI, so you have 2 rules by the EPA that they can't meet. And when I asked them how they're going to address that, they said energy efficiency. You're not going to get that energy load from energy efficiency. I'm not against energy efficiency, you just can't do it. So I think from my standpoint, I look at it as any of the above, meaning both here in the United States and abroad, we need increased energy. So regardless of those sources, in Iowa, we have done a great job. And as I said, we're a net energy exporter. Our utility companies in Iowa want to do more. We have a great renewable portfolio, and what that has done is to actually attract businesses to our state, and including data centers and AI. So how are we going to meet the increased energy demand, not only here in the United States, but abroad? And that then leads to, it's not just energy demand, it's a national security issue. So this plays in both ways. One, we have to power our economy. And as countries have become more wealthy, they've reinvested back into their environment. So we have a cleaner, healthier environment now than we did when I was a young girl. We could fish, but you couldn't eat the fish you got out of the river because of mercury. We were going to die of overpopulation. We haven't. And that's another Iowan, Norm Borlaug. Acid rain. So our environment is vastly cleaner. It doesn't mean we've done enough and we can do more, but we have to be able to have an economy that is able to compete globally around the world, number one. Number two, energy is a way that we can help develop allies and help support our allies abroad, and also increase support from them versus having the Chinese Communist Party build coal-fired plants in those countries, which actually worsens emissions and worsens our environment. So I look at this as any of the above. We will need carbon-based fuels. We will need liquid fuels as we try to electrify parts of the economy that we can electrify. We need a national energy plan and strategy to do that. The IRA, in my view, is not a national energy plan. So how do we meet increased demand? What sources do we do? Where is it possible to electrify? What makes sense? Do we have a cost-benefit analysis of what type of energy that we may or may not support? And if we're subsidizing certain energy types that are preferential to an administration, what does that do to innovation and new growth and new types of energy that we may be able to bring online?
You touched on some of the drivers of electricity demand growth. Iowa and the Midwest is really an epicenter when it comes to the build out of energy infrastructure and also manufacturing, the reindustrialization of the United States. Some estimates show that in the next 5 years, there may be 10 gigawatts of new electricity demand from data centers in the Midwest alone. So I'm curious, you also touched upon the conversation here in Washington, D.C., but what about back home in Iowa? How are your constituents thinking about this and about this challenge, but also this opportunity?
So I think it is both, and it's kind of an exciting time coming into a new administration. We may have some, energy constraints going forward because what we have done to some types of renewables. But back home, people, what they don't want are brownouts. So we know California has brownouts. We know that New York has had brownouts. So as an energy producer, people in Iowa were very chagrined 2 summers ago when our utility companies were admonishing that there may be brownouts that summer. And it's like, we have such a plethora of energy using the natural resources that we have within our state. Why would we have brownouts? And it's because we're exporting to other states who want the clean renewable energy that Iowa produces. So there is some backlash against wind. So I don't know if you've ever driven across Interstate 80, especially if you've driven there at night. It's very shocking, who's old enough to know the Twilight Zone? Okay, if you drive across Iowa at night on Interstate 80, all of a sudden you'll get to like in between Iowa City and Des Moines, and then you will see these blinking red lights, all synchronous, all exactly at the same time, and it's the wind turbines. And so it's a really kind of eerie kind of sight. And they're actually working on that to remove those red lights and to change them so you don't have that image. But there is some backlash against wind and wind turbines and also on solar farms. So that's, solar panels on buildings, all for it. Solar panels in non-productive cropland, but solar panels on farmland, and we respect private property rights and the ability of someone to sell their property for what purposes they want. But there is some backlash in that regard, but at the same point in time, they know that they need energy production. So we had talked about, we had a nuclear power plant, Duane Arnold Nuclear Power Plant in Palo, Iowa, closed about 5 years ago. So NextEra and some other companies are looking at repurposing and bringing that back online. I know both Mid-American and Alliant, which are our two major utility companies there, are very interested in seeing that come back online. We have hydropower at Lake Red Rock, which is just south of Des Moines. And, that's also a source of power, but we're limited by what the Corps of Engineers does as water comes through Lake Red Rock and through the dam because the Corps of Engineers has a recreational and flood mandate, if you will, and so sometimes those things all collide. But I think looking at nuclear, and I think not only the United States looking at nuclear, but other countries, certainly in the United States, we know that we have experience with small modular nuclear. I actually brought this up 10 years ago at a local Council of Foreign Relations who was very concerned about nuclear war, and I go, all of our submarines are all nuclear. They're all around the globe. There's never been an incident. Russia has nuclear submarines as well. So we have experience with small modular reactors. And if we take that experience that we have in our old armed services and our Navy, and how do we replicate that and how do we expand it? And a lot of that is regulatory. We have made the cost of nuclear through regulation extremely high. And I think cost-wise, it can be brought down with proper regulation. And as I think most of you know, Vogtle number 3 came online last year, so it's the first time we've had a nuclear facility come online in decades. The other part of that is we've lost some of the engineering technology. I remember when I toured Duane Arnold about 12 years ago, their concern was because we weren't expanding nuclear in the United States, we weren't permitting nuclear, that what was happening is that colleges, universities weren't offering education and degrees, advanced degrees. And so there's a whole big educational aspect and a workforce aspect. I think the intellectual capital that we need here in this country, that's very important because it's not only for us here in the United States, but also what can be offered in other countries as well to meet their energy needs. So I think nuclear, what we've done in the Advance Act is important, what we did in HR 1, those things I think are very important in helping to advance us. And if you're trying to electrify portions of the economy, it's going to be very important to get a source of electricity that is continual, base load, and you have the ability to bring up and down as you do with natural gas.
So what I'm hearing is that as you're talking to constituents, it's crucial that they have assurances that brownouts are not going to result from this increased load growth. And
Americans want affordable, abundant, reliable, secure energy. Our economy needs that. That's a national security issue, to maintain an economy, to maintain exports. And you mentioned manufacturing. We saw through the pandemic that we want to onshore, nearshore, friendshore manufacturing facilities. We saw what happened with PPE, with the Chinese Communist Party. We also saw what happened with antibiotics and antivirals. So testing reagents, very important that parts of these things be brought back online in the United States or to our friends nearby. And so we have to grow that manufacturing base that we've lost. And so I think that, to me, is a very important part of our energy demand and how we increase energy demand, which, as I said, is going to take all of those sources plus some new sources. And then innovation, which we're very good at innovation in the United States if we don't have a regulatory apparatus that prevents innovation or it misallocates resources.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think the subject that I want to close on here is permitting reform, something that we're all thinking about here in this room at the moment. We've all been tracking EPRA, the Manchin-Barrasso package that's been moving through the Senate. I think, in a sense, the ball is in House Republicans' court. I'm interested to hear how you're thinking about this issue and what you're hearing from your colleagues in regards to permitting reform. It seems like there is increasing bipartisan interest in making this happen. What do you see as the path forward?
Well, first and foremost, let me say I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for all of Capitol Hill or all of Congress. And I would say, do any of us know the inside track? I would say, as the congressperson from the 1st District of Iowa, I probably don't have any secret information that you all don't already know. Permitting reform, we know, not just for energy, but for manufacturing, for economic growth, for road building, is desperately needed. For it to take 6, 8, 10, 12 years to build a project, to go through multiple environmental reviews, to go through multiple court actions and litigation, it's extraordinarily cumbersome in the United States now to build anything. And so we had permitting reform that we put into the FRA, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the debt limit negotiations. The permitting reform was important. I would say from the Republican side, we didn't feel that the Biden administration was as honest a broker as they could have been. It was geared towards their preferential processes. We passed H.R. 1, which is an energy bill, which has permitting in it. And I think it's important that we need permitting for everything, not just for one type, not just for the grid, not just for transmission, but for everything. And it's not just for pipelines, for carbon-based fuels. So I'm in a state that has pipelines. We're looking at pipelines for carbon sequestration for ethanol, so that ethanol is carbon negative and can compete with what comes from Brazil, because Brazil has 2, sometimes 3 growing seasons. And as they become more competitive in ag, that will impact our ag sector here in the United States. We have pipelines for chemicals. We have a lot of chemical production in Iowa, both on the ag side as well as other aspects. So pipelines are necessary for a plethora of different types of not just energy, but different things within our economy. And then you have what you need on transmission, what you need on roads, any kind of building, we need permitting reform for that, and liability reform. So the Barrasso-Manchin bill, I would say that there was very little interest on the House side. We did an energy tour in Iowa with 4 members of Congress, and now the chair of Energy and Commerce, or who will be the chair in January, was present. And very few people knew much about the Barrasso-Manchin bill at that point in time. The Barrasso-Manchin bill does have components of H.R. 1 in it. It also has some liability reform in it, some permitting. It's geared more towards transmission. I think the concern on the House side would be that whereas Senator Manchin and Senator Barrasso think of this as a starting point, that it won't be a starting point. It'll be an ending point. And there's not enough on the permitting and the liability for Republicans. There is more interest in the House now than there was, I would say, 3 or 4 months ago. So it is gaining some traction. Whether that's enough to get it across the finish line before the end of the year, that's very difficult for me to say. And then from our standpoint, we need more on the permitting side in that bill. But there is stuff in the bill, as I said, that incorporates part of H.R. 1. So it really depends upon, as I said, if leadership feels it's a starting point and not an ending point, and then that's what'll help to carry it. It also is going to depend upon what they're hearing from the incoming administration, quite honestly. And I would say when you look at what's going to happen in energy in the incoming administration, so you have Governor Burgum is going to be natural resources, but he's also the energy czar for the White House. Governor Burgum knows energy, also knows the EPA. I think that you would see that he's a person that is looking at an any of the above strategy to increase energy demand. So I think he's going to be a very good person to work with. He's a great person to head both that agency and to be the energy czar in the White House. And then Mr. Wright, I don't know him as well. I've known some of the talks he's given and talks he's given to ACC. And even though I think he comes from the oil and gas industry, I think that he is going to be looking at how do we meet energy demand. From our standpoint, we see energy security as national security. We think that it is both of those things, not just a singular meeting energy demand and doing that in a way that also reduces emissions for a cleaner, healthier planet. So I think those are going to be the things that factor in, and I'm missing one agency, so I apologize, but I think those are going to be the things that will factor into whether or not the Brasso-Manchin bill gets across the finish line before the end of the year.
Thank you. Really appreciate your insight. I'm sure you'll let us know if you hear anything over the next couple of days.
I'll text you.
Representative Miller Meeks, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Please join me in giving her a round.
Thank you all very much.
On. Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, so that was excellent, an excellent way to get us started. This conversation, which we're about to have, is going to back up, zoom out, and sort of lay, hopefully, some of the sort of the intellectual framework for why the conference that we're having today is named Powering the Commanding Heights. CSIS is obviously a sort of international affairs, foreign policy, national security think tank. That's our bread and butter. When we approach energy issues, we're coming at it from the strategic perspective. And the work that we've done here at CSIS over the last year is to really think about how should we think about electricity as it relates to the strategic national interest. Not for next year, not for the next couple of years, but over the next decade plus, 2 decades, 3 decades. How should we set up the United States' energy system to sort of be a source of global competitive advantage over the long term? And to ground that, we need to think about sort of the deep underlying trends in economics, in technology, and of course in energy itself. So with that in mind, I'd like to welcome Mark Mills. Mark is the Executive Director of the new National Center for Energy Analytics. He's a contributing editor at City Journal. He's a faculty fellow at Northwestern University School of Engineering, and he's a co-founding partner at Montrose Lane, which is an investment firm investing in sort of leading-edge technology. He's the author of several books, and the most recent of which is The Cloud Revolution: How the Convergence of New Technologies Will Unleash the Next Economic Boom in a Roaring 2020s. That was published in 2021, prescient. And that's sort of the basis of this conversation. We want to talk about these sort of deep underlying trends in technology. So Mark, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. You won't have to buy the book after it, but you're welcome to buy it on Amazon.
I've set up this conversation. This is why I want you here to sort of think about the big picture. As I mentioned, this book's published in 2021. Load growth, electricity demand growth, it's really become a conversation point here in DC in the last year, maybe 18 months, certainly post ChatGPT, which is late 2022. Yeah. Can you just lay out the sort of the underlying trends that you saw, 2021, you wrote this book leading up to it. So, several years ago now, going back, what did you see then that suggested this sort of technological shift? What are those macro trends? And then maybe an update in your mental model. What over the last few years have you seen that suggests, how have you updated those trend lines in your mental model?
Thanks, I appreciate it. A confession. I mean, I'm a creature of Washington, like many of you probably have become or still are. So I've been around public policy, and testified frequently before the House and Senate. I worked in a White House science office in the Jurassic era of politics for President Reagan, and I've done real research, have patents, and been involved in investing. I say all that because the three universes that tell you things about making any kind of forecast is you have to understand technology, you have to understand economics, which is human nature fundamentally, and one has to understand politics, because governments can enable economies and they can destroy economies. They have that power to do that. When I wrote this, it was written, in fact, published, strictly speaking, it's a 2022 book, because copyright's 21, came out at the very end of the year. And there's a lot about artificial intelligence in the book, not ChatGPT. The reason there's a lot about AI in the book is because AI is not new. And our investment fund, in fact, is invested in AI companies that are involved in the energy sector. So technologists have been using AI for a long time, but there was a tipping point coming, which was obvious, as I pointed out in the book, that AI was becoming more useful. Because most technologies cross a Rubicon from being interesting to useful when they improve fundamentally and get cheap enough. So AI was always just basically too expensive. GPUs got cheap enough. By the way, I should point out the subtitle for the book is becoming fashionable, because it's a long subtitle. Subtitles are almost as long as books these days. And it's how the convergence of new technologies, the key word I used there was convergence, will unleash the next economic boom and a roaring 2020s. So in 2022, when I was doing the book circuit, the most common question was, okay, so when does a roaring start exactly? Doesn't feel like we're in a roaring 2020s yet. So the jury is out whether I'm right on the 2020s, but I think we're on the cusp of an economic boom. So it's not just about computing. The cloud is a thread in the book, because technologically, the arrival of cloud infrastructure, which is essentially a compute utility, is a phenomenon that is different. It's a distinction with a difference from just the internet, because the use of the cloud, the way we all use it, have come taking it for granted, is very different than just using the internet. The cloud uses the internet. Cloud isn't the internet. So the capacity to do all the kinds of remote function and inference and advice giving that's done for businesses and us in our personal life, whether it's Google Maps, whatever it is, these functionalities are profound. I think they're profoundly productivity enhancing, but it takes time to build the infrastructure. So the forecast that I made then about both the economic implications and the energy implications, there's a lot about energy in the book. The title, there's no energy in the title because I knew it would alarm or create expectations, I should say, for certain communities in the technology domains to think it's all about solar panels and windmills, and it's not. The energy requirements of technology are, of course, are what's in the book. There's a chapter called the Energy Materials Nexus, where I write about the unavoidable relationship between the three domains. We have to have materials for everything. Nothing exists, no product or service, without beginning with mining. I worked for a mining company in my youth, but this is a fact. Everything starts with mining, whether people like it or not. Everything then requires machines, including renewable. There's no renewable energy because all energy requires machines. All machines wear out. Ipso facto, nothing is renewable. Everything has to be refreshed, and everything requires information. And those three domains involve businesses that are different and sometimes orthogonal, but the integration of those three businesses is the function of society. Forecasting what's going to happen, I contend, is easy as long as you're careful about only forecasting things that have already happened, which is a line I stole from Peter Drucker. And there was meaning to his claim, other than I thought it was amusing when he said it, but he meant it because if you look at something that's used in a technological sense, that was invented recently, is not fully commercialized but has commercial utility, you can predict that there'll be more of that thing. So it would be predictable when aviation began that the engineers would make airplanes cheaper, better, faster, and you could have made a forecast about aviation's trajectory in the 1930s and 40s that would have been meaningful. You know, the war was an interruption, not an advancement of aviation technology. That preceded the war. And this is true of everything, including computing. And the first cloud data center was in 1990, 2008 in Santa Clara was an excess data center. I was on the board of a architect engineering firm that designed power systems for data centers for a decade. And so it was very obvious what was going on in terms of the appetite to build data centers and their utility function, and of course the energy implications. So I was one of the few people sitting at the intersection between figuring out how much oil the world would use or could use, and on the energy demand side. So the update, I would say, is that when I wrote about what AI would do, it turned out it's correct, but that's not because I was brilliant. It's because I read voraciously what other smart people write and say who actually build and do things, as opposed to in the punditocracy where the chattering classes type about things that have already happened. If you read the technical literature, you would have known that this was going to happen. That was inevitable that a ChatGPT kind of explosion of interest would happen. But you can never predict the exact timing, because these are exogenous sort of black swan events when a particular company gets there first. The interesting thing was it was very clear that the cloud infrastructure was using a lot of electricity long before it became popular to talk about it. And so this sudden discovery that there's a lot of electricity used by the cloud, animated by GPUs, is an important quote discovery, but most of the demand from data centers has nothing to do with AI. About 90% of the net new demand from data center build out is from conventional compute. Probably in a decade, about 30% of the net demand for the cloud will be associated with AI. But AI is not just energy intensive, but AI increases the demand for conventional compute. You have to harvest, process, move data with conventional compute to feed AI. Once AI has done its work, you still have to store, move, and mediate data with conventional compute and communications. So when the book was written, I wrote there, and I've said it in many other places, the global cloud was already using roughly twice as much electricity as the country of Japan. This was 2 years ago. So it's accelerating. Well, gee, that shouldn't be surprising. If you were an engineer, if one were an engineer, you could look up the simple fact each GPU shipped by NVIDIA will consume roughly as much electricity as 6 Teslas a year. So NVIDIA ships more GPUs than Tesla ships cars. You can do the arithmetic, so to speak. So you would conclude that plus conventional compute would lead to a lot of electric demand, which is what we're seeing.
Excellent. So computational makes me think that maybe like a way to think about this is like the computational intensity of the economy is growing. And of course, technology, in your book, you talk about, these technologies, it's not just technologies for themselves, it's going to sort of advance the productivity frontier. That has implications for economic growth, which of course has implications for the energy sector. And, I've heard you say that the flat load growth era, which, the utility sector, the power sector is sort of acclimated to over 2 decades, and really, I would say extends farther because for decades, growth rates were falling. So, the vision of the sector was towards slowing down. And so, but you've described the last, let's say, 2 decades as a interregnum of sorts. Right. Can you explain why and sort of connect that to the productivity gains theory and this sort of the future of computation?
Well, you're right. So the interesting thing about technology, first of all, technology is the primary driver of productivity. This is what Solow got the Nobel Prize for. So it matters how we organize and, lean manufacturing, all that stuff matters. But fundamentally, technology is the core driver of productivity. Productivity is a driver of growth. So this would tell you that the machines that create productivity, they use energy. And the machines that drive growth create energy demands that are exogenous to the machines, wealth. So if you think we're at, and I do, that we're on the cusp of another productivity boom, then that would tell you the 2 things. First, there's going to be a lot of demand for energy to build and operate the machines that create the productivity, which is information machines. Secondly, as you make the world wealthier, people do more things. They want bigger houses. They want vacations. They want refrigerators if they don't have them in poorer economies. So the interregnum period was typical of what happens in all cycles of technology and economies. The economic historians like to think that there are patterns, and there are. This is the old adage, right? History rhymes, it doesn't repeat itself. Well, the rhyme is not a cyclical wave where you see economies growing in cycles that have a period that's predictable, but rather they have wave shapes that are predictable with periods that are hard to predict, which means that new technologies arrive and you get an explosion of growth around the technologies, whether it was the car or the computer. There are other pharmaceuticals. And then what happens is engineers and economies get better at using them, take a while to absorb them, and then the growth rates slow and they actually go flat, because what you then do is you harvest efficiencies. So an easiest example would be in the electric sector would be the refrigerator. Refrigerators, we are at saturation for refrigerators per capita in America, not in the world. And if you were trying to predict electric demand for refrigeration, what you would want to know is how fast is the population growing. That's an easy one. And housing stock. We go from a 1 refrigerator to a 2 refrigerator households, which are very common. It's in the the EIA data. But the efficiency of the underlying technologies improved radically from 2000 to roughly 2020, from inventions that were made in the previous decade. And so a refrigerator today is about 3 times more efficient, 1/3 the electricity per refrigerator in a house compared to 2000. Right. So what you should want to know is, if you look at that for motors and for lighting, for all the primary uses and large HVAC systems, the improvements in efficiency between 2000 and 2020 were between 2-fold and 6-fold. Massive improvements in efficiency. Lighting is the 6 to 10-fold example, right? Well, why did electric demand stay flat? It should have gone down. I mean, if the economy only used the same things that they had in 2000 in the year 2020, and the efficiency of 90% of things in the economy that use electricity improved radically, electric demand should have collapsed, because the population only grew like 15 percentage points. Efficiency has improved 80%. Well, the answer is something else was using electricity, and it wasn't hair dryers. It was the only new thing that was at scale was information equipment. So my contention with the EIA was that they're missing the underlying story. And when efficiency gains can no longer be harvested because they reach physics limits. I apologize, I'm a physicist. There are physics limits to all these things. They reach physics limits, you're in the thermodynamics limits, you're now in incremental changes. And if growth continues, then you should expect electric demand to return, especially fueling net new sources of demand. I was guessing a few years ago that we were within 5 years of seeing the uptick, not because of any brilliant insight, except the obvious insight. Growth would continue, especially compute-driven growth. The efficiencies of all the conventional stuff have been harvested. So now we have to move into the efficiencies of the new era, which is cloud. But cloud is now in the beginning of, the end of the beginning. We are just beginning to build cloud infrastructure, as we see in the data, where we have hundreds of billions of dollars of capital pouring into cloud infrastructure. In fact, let me end with a factoid that's fascinating. Just 10 years ago, the 5 biggest oil companies spent 6 times more on CapEx than the 5 biggest tech companies, right? And they harvested revenues that were 1/5 the revenues that the tech companies harvested. Today, the 5 biggest oil companies harvest the same revenues as the 5 biggest tech companies, but the 5 biggest tech companies spend twice as much on CapEx as the oil companies now do. They have now become utilities of scale, deploying capital at scale, which means they hit regulations of scale, they hit public opposition at scale for data centers. And for the utility regulators, they're now looking at an energy consuming infrastructure that rivals the arrival of, call it the steel industry, a century ago.
Yeah, so, what this sets up, I sort of started this conversation saying, we want to think about how to ground a strategic perspective for federal policymakers. And what we hear is that, structurally, at the sort of the deepest layers, the energy intensity, perhaps the electricity intensity of the U.S. economy is growing. We haven't even actually talked about sort of the political trend of reshoring, right? And so, you're describing technology, physics trends that sort of directing us towards growth. Reshoring is a whole other category of growth. We could spend a whole day talking about that. Broadly stated, how do you think about the electricity demand potential there? And I guess I'd ask you, just because I'm curious, to what degree are you worried that the new growth will sort of suck up all the energy such that make it harder to reshore some of these traditional sources of industry, right? Like steel doesn't have the margins or aluminum doesn't have the margins that the data center companies can generate. Is that a risk to the reshoring agenda?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The biggest risk is regulatory, as the congressperson pointed out, I think. And if businesses that want to reshore or shore here because they're foreign businesses and they want to engage in foreign direct investment, they will be gauging whether or not they believe energy will stay cheap. And manufacturing is energy intensive. Everybody knows that. Data centers are energy intensive. So the judgment call you would make if you're a fiduciary on the board of a company that you want to spend $1 billion or $2 billion building a factory is a factory that's going to operate. Pick your time period. That's 10 years, 20 years. You want the energy to be cheap. You want to believe it's going to stay cheap. You're making a guess about both the infrastructure in that country you're going and the politics of the country. So if you feel confident that the energy will be abundant and cheap, then we'll be the beneficiaries of the efforts to induce people to come here in ways better than handing them checks, I hope. Deregulation or lightening and rationalizing regulation would be a great inducement that's essentially free. To calibrate the implications, first I want to point, you have a good idea in your paper that you just published. If you all haven't read it, you should read CSIS' latest paper, of focusing on the electric intensity of our GDP as opposed to the energy intensity. We essentially have sort of three energy economies. We have the electric economy, we have the transportation economy, which is essentially all liquid fuels, and then we have everything else, which is the industrial, mostly manufacturing, industrial stuff, which is slowly electrifying. But if you look at where all the growth is, it's in the electric side. So you're seeing, as you mapped out correctly, that if you measured kilowatt hours per GDP, we're going from a decline to kicking back up, which is entirely expected if you look at the scale of the things that we're building. The idea that we've reduced our energy intensity is a boundary definition problem. We haven't. Really, we've exported our energy intensity. The extent to which aluminum is the easy example. We produced something like 3/4 of the world's aluminum up until around 2000. We now produce, I think it's under 6%. China produces 2/3 of the world's aluminum. We use more aluminum today, but in our energy intensity calculations, we count domestic energy. We don't count the energy embodied in the aluminum we import, but we are the consumers of that energy. And that aluminum is, of course, essentially solidified Chinese coal, because the aluminum production in China is in its coal-fired regions, where 2/3 nationally of the grid is coal. In those regions, it's 90%. So solar photovoltaic cells, for example, are solidified Chinese coal. A typical house, average size home with solar panels on it, building those solar panels, the polysilicon alone consume 30 tons of Chinese coal per house. And that's not an easy thing to change because that whole industrial infrastructure was built in China. So the calibration of the trends in energy intensity, when we make them focused on a country, miss what's actually happening. And the data are available, we just ignore it. But back to your question, reshoring will depend on a recognition that we'll need a lot more, as the congressperson said, more energy. It'll have to be cheap and reliable. And the policy directions that have been taken by at least, I will say, 15 to 20 states that are following California and by the current administration are antithetical fundamentally to more energy that's reliable and cheaper. If we have lived on the, basically the electric sector in the United States has been piggybacking a phenomenon that's also a one-time deal. The shale revolution was not expected by anybody. Well, I should say that. It wasn't expected by the chattering classes. Those in the energy business knew it was happening. I worked for a PE fund that was in the shale fields, and I was exploring the shale fields in the early 2000s. So we knew this was coming, which is why I wrote the book, The Bottomless Well, by the way, because we were not going to run out of oil. We were on the cusp of another boom. But it's also now a big industry. And of course, the principal feature of that industry that's relevant to electric sector is that it collapsed the cost of both coal and gas, since 70% of all electricity then and now was produced by burning coal or gas. They flipped their ratios. But the shale revolution dragged the price of both down by roughly, at the burner tip, 2x. Okay, so you got a 2x reduction in inputs, fuel, which constitutes 70% of the cost of kilowatt hours, why did electric rates go up in the last 15 years? They should have gone down. They went up because the market piggybacked all these savings by deploying expensive energy, which wind and solar at scale are. They're not cheaper. They're, in fact, operationally more expensive. So we hid the real costs in this epic one-time price decline. Well, that's done. It's a one-time deal. Gas is going to get more expensive, not cheaper, for a whole set of structural reasons. Oil, other than exogenous events, is going to stay in range. So which means in the future, as you keep jamming more wind and solar under mandates and subsidies into grids, we'll follow Germany and the UK, which have seen the overall electric rates double and triple, which is leading to deindustrialization, not reindustrialization.
Okay, I've got one more question for you, because this makes me go to the federal role. There's a strategic imperative to enable abundant and easy to access, quick to access, and low cost energy. Because not only for these sort of strategically important AI industry, semiconductor fabrication we haven't even talked about, hugely electricity intensive, but also any sort of reshoring agenda you want to pursue, it's crucial. Okay. Broadly stated, I'll take you as someone who sort of favors sort of the efficiencies of and a competitive, innovative capacity of the market. Is there a role, though, for the federal government to ensure what is the role to ensure that the investment over the long term in these high capex, long lead time, sort of enabling infrastructure, what is the role for making sure that those investments proceed? And I'm thinking transmission. I'm thinking both gas and electric, actually. I'm thinking nuclear in particular. Right. If there's how should we take this sort of strategic imperative and translate it into a role for the federal government? Setting aside, of course, I think broadly accepted agenda of permitting reform, because I think we know that's sort of on the table and valuable. But beyond that, does the strategic imperative sort of draw in and develop a case for federal sort of authority or spending in some capacity here?
Yeah. Well, I confess my political awakening was in the White House Science Office of Reagan, so you might guess my market proclivities. But governments have a role. I mean, they have many. I mean, other than the obvious macro roles. So I'll say a high level. Policies at the federal and state level, and the states really matter here, have to redound back to primacy, the primacy of availability, which is both reliability and strategic availability, and price. Those things have to be prime. Everything else is derivative. Doesn't mean they don't matter. The other issues don't. But what's happened is we flip that. So states and the federal government have made them subsidiary issues, and that's destructive for economies. We won't get the growth. The other thing I would say philosophically, which I think is demonstrably true in history, is that federal government and the pantheon of experts in federal government, unkindly called bureaucrats, because technically they are bureaucrats. I know lots of bureaucrats. Many of them are very smart and well-meaning. I mean, it's fine. But I would state the obvious. I don't believe the complexities of our economy are greater than any single group of bureaucrats, much less one leader bureaucrat, can guess how to fuel an industrial economy the scale of the United States. So picking winners and losers language is where this takes you, is that the guardrails of what your objectives are where federal government comes in. So we want to make primacy is security, both of a spontaneous supply. Electricity has to be available when I need it. Security of the equipment. So we know, all of you should know this, that between 60 and 90% of all the key minerals to make all the favorite technologies, wind, solar, and batteries, are refined in China. This is not secure, self-evidently. And we can't change that overnight. This is going to be very, very difficult to change. It's a multi-decadal challenge which China engaged in for decades. So we should recognize that. If we think it's a bad thing, which I think it is, doesn't mean you shouldn't import anything from them. You should at least be aware of the security implications and the trade we're making. We're subsidizing trillions of dollars of spending, and the Inflation Reduction Act entails trillions of dollars of induced spending, not billions. We're subsidizing that, printing money for that, to purchase dominantly trillions of dollars of materials from China, to assemble and install things here. I think that's a bad trade strategically, economically. So governments can look at that and make decisions about how to affect that trade. In the short term, governments don't have a really good role other than getting out of the way, in a sense, improving the regulatory efficacy to let markets build the power plants that the markets will require. I would make a prediction, because this is another prediction that's already happened. It's in the data. It's the Pareto rule. We know what the electricity will be primarily on the margin to fuel data centers and factories. It's natural gas. It'll be 80-20. 20% of other, which will be wind, solar, refurbished nukes, but 80% of the net new supply in the next decade is going to be gas here. But the longer term with nukes, government has a huge role, because this is deeply embedded in regulations and in technology, and deeply risky for the ventures. And there are some ways the government can engage in that. Again, I'll just say simplistically, if we want to stimulate if we want a new nuclear power plant, you have to order what we know how to build, which are not small reactors. With all due respect to the congressperson, nuclear submarine reactors are never going to be built of that class for the commercial market. They're not the same kind of reactor. It's like comparing F-16s to 737s. They both have engines. They have very different purposes. They're designed differently. But the technological know-how is there to make the kinds of reactors we talked about. But you can't buy them. They don't exist. If you want to build a nuclear plant, you can refurbish what exists, like Duane Arnold, which will happen, but that's very little of that low-hanging fruit, maybe 10 plants. So that's great, 10 gigs. You can order what we know how to build, but we don't have the capacity. So we're going to have to let South Koreans, Taiwanese, not the Russians, I hope, build our nukes, and then accelerate the introduction and validation. This is the engineering validation of the dozens of new kinds of small reactors. I'm very bullish on nuclear power. I was at the accident at 3 Mile Island as a young representative of the nuclear industry, because I had, it's a long story, but I drove to the accident the day of the accident because my boss was out of town. I just moved to Washington. I was the science advisor of sorts to the commercial nuclear industry, and we knew something was going on that wasn't very good. And I ended up spending the week of the accident there and the next 10 years of my life defending the virtues of nuclear energy. I failed because we lost our nuclear industry. We all failed. So I'm bullish on the opportunity, but it's decadal. It'll take a decade to get there. The federal government has a role in that, figuring out how to clean those regulations up, provide the capital support, not the primary capital. There needs to be private markets. And also, I think there's a way that we could stimulate it through a classic sort of DOD, DARPA style of innovation around nukes, because we don't really know which of those reactors will be economically viable of the roughly 3 or 4 dozen different kinds of designs, and there's a lot of them. Technically, I'll bet they all work. You build them, they'll work. And we know a lot about how to build these things. And we're gonna need 5 to 10 years to rebuild the supply chain, the fuel systems, the electrical engineers, the nuclear engineers, the welders. I mean, we gave our uranium enrichment to the Russians. That was a smart move. We gave away our reprocessing technology, abandoned it in the Carter era. So we have a lot of work to do. This is federal work. In the meantime, we should hope that to make it quasi-political, that the president is right, that the shale boys and girls drill, baby, drill, because we're going to need a lot of natural gas.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. And we'll move to our next panel, which is going to be diving into some of the commercial dynamics in the power sector. Join me giving a round of applause to Mark. Liam, you're up.
Hi, I'm Liam Denning. I'm a columnist with Bloomberg covering the energy sector. And one of the things that you learn as an energy journalist is that it's really hard to pitch a utilities story to an editor because this is a sector that prizes being boring. But I'm pleased to say that a lot of the anxieties that have made the oil sector such an easy sell in the newsroom are now coming to the power sector. So it's giving me an opportunity to write a lot more about it. And we obviously just heard about a lot of the, We obviously just heard a lot about the growth that's coming from cloud computing, AI in particular. We have other demand loads that are coming in terms of reshoring, in terms of electrification of processes. So our panel is really talking about how does this sector navigate this shift in the paradigm after 20 years of relatively flat demand to ensure that the grid can meet these challenges in an affordable, a sustainable, and an equitable way. And so I'm joined today by Shijo Zhou from Wood Mackenzie, where he heads the renewables and power practice, and also Lon Huber from Duke Energy, where he runs the pricing and customer services practice. And so I think we'll dive in, first of all, just with a question, just trying to kind of set the parameters on this. And Shijo Zhou, this is very much in your wheelhouse. Over the last year, we have seen a cottage industry almost of spiraling demand forecasts, particularly for data center related power demand. Anywhere, I think a year ago, it was around 30 gigawatts by 2030 up. I've seen estimates, over 100 gigawatts. So can you talk a bit about how you see that demand developing? Maybe put some numbers around it. And then I'd also like to ask both of you, given the uncertainties and the complexities around this, how does this industry plan under these conditions of uncertainty?
Thank you, Liam, and thanks everybody for joining us here. My name is Shijo, as you said. I run the power renewables practice at Wood Mackenzie. 2,300 analysts around the world, looking at energy issues. And I have to say, up until about 4 years ago, forecasting electricity demand is the work you give to a recent graduate that just came out of school that didn't have a lot of skills, and you sort of, okay, go run some econometric analysis and do, regression, the typical stuff that you do with energy demand. And about 4 years ago in our business, and I've been doing this for about 20 years, all of a sudden people started thinking, we need some principal level analysts maybe to look at this issue because it's gotten pretty hairy. And I think it really came about through a few things. I think 4 years ago, it really was about heating electrification, EV, when DC passes a law saying that we don't want any more natural gas hookups. Okay, that means all your cooking and heating is all gonna be electric. EVs and hydrogen, that's all become very big topics. And so we had to deploy analysts that look specifically at those sectors at the state level, at the local level. And about 2 years ago was when data centers and AI became a big thing. So now we're fully, tracking everything that's happening in the market, data center by data center, manufacturing capacity, solar panels, semiconductors, everything on a facility by facility basis now. And I have to say that while we focus a lot on the data center side of things, in our current forecast through 2030, that's probably only half of the US power demand growth. The other half is gonna come from everything from semiconductor manufacturing to solar manufacturing to gigafactories, EVs, and heating electrification, et cetera. So that is actually, when we pull those numbers together, we're probably looking more close to 100 gigawatts of demand growth by 2030, and that, if you compare it to the current demand, we're talking 20% demand growth, and that's averaging 4% a year. When we've had flat demand growth, as previous speakers have been talking about. And I think this is why the whole industry is kind of, for lack of a better word, like freaking out over this right now, because we haven't seen this, whether or not it's the industry, it's government. Now, we as a company, we cover global issues, and we talked about China before. The Chinese economy is in the doldrums right now. Last year, Chinese electricity demand growth was 6%. And that translates into roughly 600 terawatt hours of demand, which is larger than Germany's entire demand, which is the third largest economy in the world. So they grew in terms of demand more than the Germany in 1 year. And that's one thing that emerging markets have been dealing with for 20 years. There's always demand growth, and you're always dealing with it. There's data center, there's AI happening there too, but we don't hear about the kind of reaction there as we do here, because we just haven't had that kind of demand growth. And so the uncertainty, I think, is still huge, as much as I put out a number here saying, probably somewhere 100 gigawatts of growth. The efficiency side of things could change all of that. I think I just read about NVIDIA's new chip, the Blackwell chips. They said doing the same kind of calculation, it's 70% less energy consumption compared to the conventional CPUs, right? So that gives us a lot of work to do in the analytical space, and we have to think about the level of uncertainty as much as we talk about the growth. 1.5% growth is very different from 4% growth when it comes to the demand side. And lastly, if I could give a data point, what did we think the United States electricity demand grew last year in 2023? Growth number. It's -1%. Okay, so people are like, okay, maybe that's the US overall. Let's talk about the highest data center growth area, PJM grid, where we live. What was last year's demand change in PJM? Average load was -2%, 2023 compared to 2022. And the main driver is that we had fewer heating degree days and fewer cooling degree days. It was just basically weather. And so while we talk about a lot of this, some of these are still in very localized pockets. And we have to think about the kind of uncertainties that everything else could still bring to the overall demand picture, from efficiency to weather to climate change, that could bring about extreme weather and other events. So I'll stop there as my intro comments.
Thank you. Lon, obviously that discordance between, short-term metrics, but the long-term projections, that's obviously something Duke has to grapple with. How does a company like Duke grapple with that uncertainty to make sure that it can meet this demand, whatever it turns out to be?
Well, we have a new phrase called pipeline interrogation. And so every week we're looking at the pipeline, and in the past, and I think it was said, you're using econometric forecasts and maybe making a few tweaks here and there, overlaying your energy efficiency programs and so forth. But we've had to move beyond that. So we still have it, but start to look project by project, because these investments are so large, these buildings and demand pools are so large, it fundamentally distorts your econometric forecasts, right? So when you have a 1.2 gigawatt data center that plops in, well, that's going to change everything. And so you have to sort of pull and adjust on your sort of standard forecast, and then look at this pipeline that is being built, and then how do you ensure that that pipeline is actually going to manifest? And that's where we get into new ways of contracting and new tariff designs that basically put obligations on these customers that we just haven't really deployed in the past. And we didn't need to deploy them because if their load didn't materialize, it was still a rounding error. It didn't sync your load forecasts or your resource plans. But now they're getting such a scale and speed that has material impacts to both the company and all of our customers. And again, our scale helps absorb this, but just imagine if you're a smaller utility. Maybe you're a 4 gigawatt peak utility. A 1 gigawatt data center comes in, right? If that doesn't materialize, that's almost a bet your service territory, like type of transaction, right? That doesn't materialize, the rates will skyrocket. There goes your other manufacturing, right? And other rates. And so you have to be really careful about how you do this. And so that's why there has to be new types of performance and credit metrics baked into our agreements that we sign with these customers, and there's different stages as they advance through the pipeline. So I won't bore you with all the agreements, but suffice to say, you've got to have these different obligations so that you're making prudent decisions, you're locking in, and you don't have a free option on your capacity. So you don't lock up your capacity, and then that doesn't materialize, and you just miss the ball for your communities that need economic development. So there's a variety of different ways to approach it: new types of forecasting, new types of contracting, and new ways of working with these potential customers where you're just directly interfacing with them. You're not relying on third parties as a go-between. You're directly talking to the Googles, you're directly talking to the Microsofts, and you're understanding their plans so that you can prepare for what's coming ahead.
Can I was going to come to this question later, but since you've raised it, this does raise a question really of the basic functioning of a utility, correct? In the terms of we're used to seeing a utility, setting rates across the customer base rather than these kind of bilateral agreements and trying to essentially carve out pricing for new types of load. And we've obviously seen some, some backlash not too far from here. We've seen some big tech firms get quite creative in terms of how they manage their costs for these data centers. So how much of a departure is that for the utility model, and how does it, how does it deal with that?
That's a really good question, because the situation is evolving. Our approach has been to be agnostic to the type of load and look at the scale of that load. So our tariffs, we set, say, for one of our states, 100 megawatt delineation. Anything above that 100 has new performance and credit metrics. So that could be a manufacturer, that could be a data center. So we haven't, changed that, an approach. And some utilities have jumped, and they have looked at a specific load source and had tariffs or proposed tariffs to work on that particular, say, customer sector. But you've got to think of the evolution here of, well, you've got these new performance and credit and contractual methods, but then what do you do on the pricing side? And in the past, you didn't really create these custom pricing plans per a specific customer group. That could change. Why could that change? Well, the marginal cost of new generation is now substantially more expensive than the embedded costs that you collect in your traditional tariffs. And that hasn't always been the case. So when you add new load, it puts downward pressure on rates, right? So this is a generational opportunity. New load growth, downward pressure on rates, awesome. But if you're out of capacity, what do you have to do? You have to build new resources. If those resources are very expensive, all of a sudden the revenue you're collecting doesn't cover those new expensive resources. So you have to figure out a way to cover it. And that's where some of the large tech firms have to lean in and help cover, especially if they're demanding certain types of electrons, like clean electrons, right? They've got to help with that burden of those higher marginal cost resources. But I could see things evolving where you do have to come up with maybe new pricing mechanisms because their load is so large, they're requiring next marginal unit size investments, where before a customer just didn't drive an entire new nuke unit, right? So this is going to be something that I think we're going to see play out. We've tried to get ahead of this at Duke and signed MOUs with Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Nucor to basically help facilitate what I just said, where they can provide a pillar of financial support to these new clean energy resources, help speed them up, help take the edge off on the cost to keep all of their customers neutral on it. It is going to take creativity, and the most important thing we can do is figure out ways to not have to build expensive new things and then get the benefits of that downward pressure of rates from that new load growth, those new billing determinants that's coming in. But that's going to be a key thing for us to work on while we have, and what we heard before, we have this decade of sort of gap before, say, new nuclear, other things can come online.
Thank you. Let's talk a bit about supply, and maybe start with you, Shijo. The two technologies that are very much in focus at the moment, obviously natural gas, and then nuclear power, or at least the intent of new nuclear power. Now, it seems to me, even before we began to talk about the impact of novel new loads, projecting the supply mix had become just much more complex, particularly with the rise of intermittent sources and the need to have firm sources to back those up. Can you talk a bit about, in the context of these higher demand estimates, what is the role of, let's start with natural gas and then move on to nuclear power. What is the role for these two technologies? Mindful of the fact that, when you actually build these things, you're taking, a 30, 40, 50-year view in a sector that is moving quite quickly and perhaps in some ways unpredictably, both in terms of the shape of demand, but also the kind of background context of decarbonization.
Yeah, so one data point that I've been hearing about this year was for gas plants, the best thing you look in terms of forecasting is to look at how many new orders have been put in place for gas turbines. And if you talk to GE or Siemens or Mitsubishi, any of these large turbine manufacturers, their business is booming. And they were dry 3 years ago, probably no orders. And this past couple of years, they couldn't keep up with orders. They've been asked to expand their manufacturing capacity. They don't know if they should, because they don't know how long this thing will last. They got burned once 20 years ago plus, and they don't know if they should do it again. And they're kind of probably happy, because if you have a long pipeline, you can demand higher prices. And one thing that we are seeing now is this period where gas fulfills a few functions. It's really, fundamentally, it's the dispatchable long duration characteristic that we need in the grid. And right now, we don't have commercially available zero carbon resources that are also competitive in terms of costs, in terms of long duration batteries and other storage options. Maybe it will become available in 2030 or whatever our technology estimates are, but then that means we have this 5-year of kind of awkward period when the new technology is not here yet and your load is growing and you have no other choice but to build new gas plants. And that's what we're seeing now in the US. You have gas plants being proposed all over the place, but there are uncertainties to it. People who build it will ask, how much will I run these things 10 years from now? The manufacturers are saying, do I build a new factory for these turbines if the demand is really just the next 5 years? So there's a lot of still uncertainties related to the potential gas boom. I mean, now in our forecast, we're probably forecasting right now roughly 10-12% increase in gas plants in the US. So right now we're about 570 gigawatts or so. We're probably gonna see total numbers in that kind of, increasing about 70 gigawatts by 2030 kind of number. So there is going to be a new build in different parts of the country. The question is really about these new plants, how do they operate in the coming years? And if you think about, we talked about affordability, most of these plants will probably have to be on some kind of capacity payment. And here in PJM, if you look at the latest capacity auction prices, they're absolutely through the roof. And who will pay for that? It just comes to all of the rate base again. And that adds to the affordability issue that we have to deal with in the customer side and in the rate setting side. So nuanced story. Yes, there is more gas. How much gas burn there will be, that's still a bit uncertain, I think.
And what's the view on the role of nuclear power?
We talked about this. That's really a hard one to forecast, but we have to do our long-term forecast. People depend on us on all of their financing and price forecast. We're adding roughly right now in our forecast about 800 megawatt of new nuclear. So if you take the average, we've been talking about the nuclear submarines. If it's a Virginia class nuclear submarine, that's probably 4 submarines. That's equivalent to that coming online in the US. But everybody else talked about the constraints. We don't see it happening really fast because of all the constraints that have been talked about.
Lon, how does Duke factor all this into its resource planning? Maybe starting with gas again.
Well, I mean, the question that we set out to ask is, can we have everything? Can we have that reliable, dispatchable resource that's there for a week, that's very cold and cloudy? Can we have something that's clean? Can we have something that's affordable? And can we have something that you can bring online quickly? Those are the 4 things, right? So like that is the goal, is if you can hit all 4.
There's nothing left.
Yeah. Now, I think we all know that that is a very big challenge in the near term to hit all 4. We can do these, creative transactions that I mentioned before to try to help bring that. But I would say it's a 10-year sort of gap that we have before you can really start to hit on all 4 cylinders of those. And so that's going to be our challenge, and that's why I said we've got to stress how to utilize existing resources as much as possible, but we know that there's just limits to that, right? And so we approach in all the above because we can't afford to pick one resource. You have to do everything. It's pedal to the metal on energy efficiency, demand response, right? But we have to be realistic. Our energy efficiency portfolio is one of the best in the country. It took us probably 7 years to get a gigawatt, but that was during the lighting boom with technology advancement. So it's going to take at least a decade to get another gigawatt. Well, that's one data center, right? So we just have to put things in perspective. And so what is the resource there to help fill that, that gap? And that's going to be natural gas. But the beauty with natural gas is that it can switch from a high capacity factor resource to a lower capacity factor peaking resource as these other technologies come online in the future. So it's versatile. It can be hydrogen capable. You can potentially retrofit it down the road as carbon capture technology comes online. So there's ways to still work with gas so that this isn't a stranded asset type of an equation if the load all of a sudden doesn't materialize or new technologies sprout. So I think it's an absolute must-have during this time period, but we cannot lose sight of all the work it takes to get new resources and new technologies to the early 2030s. It's gonna have to be a concerted effort, federal, state, to make sure that we have these new advanced reactors out there. We have the new SMRs, new types of long-duration battery storage, and so forth.
If I can add just a point to that side of things, the affordability and all of the rate issues that we've been talking about. We've been focusing on the generation side of things, renewables or nuclear or gas. There's a big infrastructure and transmission distribution side of things. So in WoodMac, we have a business called Power Advocate, and we do all the sourcing and spend. Duke is a customer for half of the country's utilities. Thank you very much. And we can see the prices and the trends of all these equipment. And the one thing that's now hitting the industry is transformers, and people are spending 3-5 years to wait for a transformer, whereas 5-6 years ago it's like a commodity, business. It's 5-6 weeks you get a transformer. Switchgear, circuit breakers, cables, the very mundane parts of the grid is now being challenged. Like we talk about supply chain challenges, kind of like what's one of these superhero things like the morph around, but the supply chain is like it morphs from one thing to another. Now it's hitting the transmission equipment side. We're just doing a study. We're doing a workshop tomorrow now, engaging, the DOE and the White House as well on this. These prices, transformer prices, have doubled the past 3-4 years. The lead times have gone absolutely through the roof. People couldn't get a transformer. We just heard the latest news, I think it was a piece of news from Reuters, the 3 Mile Island unit Constellation on behalf of Microsoft procured a large transformer for $100 million. And so I asked my teams, like, is this crazy? Like, this seems just totally bananas. And the team said 3 years ago, we would have told Reuters they probably missed the decimal point or something. But today it's actually conceivable that somebody would procure a piece of equipment that normally probably would cost you $10 million because you want it to come online quickly and you want to jump the queue, and the equipment manufacturer had to basically tell other people that have been in queue that somebody's going to jump the queue, we'll pay you $5 million to default on our contract. And then you basically pay $100 million for something like that. And a company like Microsoft can probably cover something like that, but not everybody else. And that has, if you expand that into utility territory, that has implications for the entire grid, right? Who pays for all this stuff in the infrastructure side that we have to scale up.
I didn't want to depress people too early, and so that's why I didn't go into supply chain, but let me just layer on another thing here. And you might know this, but what's the average age of a large power transformer, right? Like they're starting to get to their end of useful life when you think, a lot of them were put in place, 50s, 60s, right? And so not only do you have just to replace what you've got out there because they're reaching that end of life state, but now you've got all the growth as well. And so, I mean, again, this is like just a critical foundational layer of the grid. And so if you want to move fast, if there's a geopolitical issue and you need to reshore some manufacturing capacity, you just have to start with the fundamental building blocks of the grid before you can even get to the generation.
And this stuff, somebody, who is more of a capitalist background was asking me, this stuff shouldn't just be supply, demand, prices go up, somebody builds it. It's like, we wish it was so simple, right? Like we know NERC is coming to talk about it. There's all kinds of specifications you have to meet. The Americas, we run on different frequency than the rest of the world. 60 hertz versus 50 hertz, the machines are different. All these kinds of things just get very complicated, and the supply chain is never easy for something like that. Standardization and things like that would help, but some of these legacy infrastructure is just, they came from different backgrounds, different specs, and we have to deal with all of that. So that's another issue that's hitting us right now, and people, kind of trying to figure out what do we do about it. The industry is still responding. We're still trying to figure that out, and to what extent that could set back some of the development, because everybody needs transformers if you're connecting as an end user large load, or if you're connecting as a wind or solar or gas generation facility, you need all of the equipment to connect to the grid. And that's now proving to be a bottleneck as well.
Thanks very much. And I think you raised, quite depressingly, obviously, just the sheer scale of the challenge here. And it leads me to a question around, less around the availability of this or that piece of equipment, but the system as a whole. In broad terms, we're talking about a challenge that is national, strategic. There are regional imbalances, obviously. But we're layering that onto a system that we all know prizes local state control. We have, endless tussles around, the primacy of regional transmission over local transmission. Can a system that is built that way actually deliver what is needed here, or are there reforms, are there changes that would be useful in actually meeting what I think we all agree is an emerging national challenge. Who wants to take that up?
Well, a lot of what we've talked about is just rebuilding your industrial capabilities. These muscles have atrophied over 30, 40 years, let's be honest. And so that's I think a fundamental step. And I mean, it's workforce. It's the capacity, right? There's just so much that goes into rebuilding your ability to deploy large amounts of infrastructure at a decent price, at a decent speed. And so that takes national, without a doubt, national leadership support through a variety of different ways. And then that trickles down. Then you get to, specific issues with regions and specific issues with states. My opinion is that organized markets have a lot of work to do. My vertically integrated states, it's a lot more straightforward to look at the load, to plan the resources, to have coordination. I don't have to rely on indirect price signals that may or may not be appropriate to encourage X type of capacity resource, right? So I think those markets served a purpose. It was a completely different time, a lot when those markets hit their stride and what they were solving for, their mechanisms that they deployed to get infrastructure price signals. But as we all know, infrastructure is very lumpy. It takes a long time. And it's something that you can't have scarcity in. It's in a modern economy, you cannot have scarcity of reliable electricity. And so if you are setting up markets with price signals, but you can't have scarcity, then you're essentially overpaying if you're relying on indirect price signals. So I think there has to be some reform on that side. There has to be what we've talked about before. How do you speed things up? How do you change time horizons in the industry? I was working on an energy sector in 2006, and folks announced a transmission line. That transmission line just broke ground last year. So 2006 just broke ground last year. It's not even, it's not complete yet, right? So that's a 20-year time horizon for one transmission line. So what are policies to change our time horizons where, right now, 10 years is near term for us. That's 10 years, oh yeah, a decade, that's near term.
And you add another 3 years to the transformer lead time.
Yeah, right, that was before, right?
Yeah. I think there's a local versus federal debate happening, but I think there's also just sort of what's an appropriate policy reaction. Some of these things can be solved by the federal government, but the federal government could also come in and mess things up, to be honest. And you think about...
When does that ever...
you think, I love my transformer. All of a sudden this year, I'm becoming a transformer lover. I love this topic. 30% of the transformers here are imported from Mexico, right? That's a 20% tariff on this stuff. What does that mean for ratepayers, for utilities? There are switchgear and cables and stuff coming from all over the world. If we started slapping tariffs on things, the immediate impact is, of course, you're going to have increases. And of course, over time, we've thought about supply chain stability versus domestic manufacturing. We think those two things go hand in hand, but there is a line of sight we have to keep. While we think about domestic manufacturing, we also have to think about trade policies that will be conducive to the short-term needs of the system. And it can't just be sort of like one hard policy coming through and we think we're going to solve the problem. That's not how a lot of these equipment markets work. And then secondly, on more like on transmission permitting, all that we've been talking about it. I see Rob Gramnick is here. I'm sure we'll talk about that. If you look at the latest FERC 1920 rule, like the back and forth on that, actually it was like pushback against more federal kind of authority, and you push it to more states. So that has been going back and forth. There's political realities to some of this stuff, which is part of, I think, the challenge. Like, what's the easiest way to get some of these things done? Sometimes maybe you have to give it to the states from time to time, and Sometimes you have to centralize it in FERC. I'm sure Rob will address that as well.
Thank you. Now, the other strategic challenge lurking in the background is climate change, and obviously anything that affects the energy system has implications for decarbonization. Could you map what we're expecting, with all the caveats around uncertainty, to the outlook for U.S. emissions? Is for example, is an AI boom, fundamentally just a carbon-intensive process? Will it, in fact, encourage more decarbonization, either in the medium to long term? What are your thoughts on that?
It depends. And so a lot of it is...
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, it depends on the company, right? So if you have a company that is serious about their climate commitments, and they're an AI company, and they're willing to fund the above market cost of those resources, right? So that helps. Two, how curtailable, how much load flexibility do they have? That is also going to impact things, because we know that you only get so much coverage from, say, solar and wind and 4 hours of batteries. Those aren't 24/7 resources. So can you introduce load flexibility to your operations to help align to those resource output patterns? And so that's where Duke Energy, in partnership with some of these large customers, we've developed these platforms to look at time-aligned renewables and clean energy. So we're creating digital platforms that look every hour of the year and match it to resources to load, and to give them, a percentage of, okay, here's your baseline 24/7 clean energy. If a customer connects in the Carolinas today, they're about 50% clean energy every hour. Then how do you increase that to 60%, to 70%? You do start seeing that ramp up in cost happen at a certain point. But it's going to take more sophistication. It's going to take looking at, again, that load flexibility, and also just being very wise with your expenditures. Every data center has backup gensets for the most part. Can we tap into them just for during emergency situations? Well, there's some EPA rules that block that in terms of our runtime during emergency situations. So now we've got to build we have to build duplicate infrastructure for the system, right? And so if you can be wise about your expenditures, help keep costs low, that provides more room for different clean energy resources as well. But again, it's going to depend on the region, the customer, the alignment of clean energy to that load. But yeah, it's not an easy one to solve. Transmission helps unlock geographic diversity, so you could bring in more resources, but just some areas are very constrained. Like the Northeast, that's going to be hard to pull together a lot of clean energy resources. If I was in Colorado or Utah, that's a much easier. I've got geothermal capabilities, I've got wind, I've got solar, cheap flat land. Those areas, and when the peak is, say, summer peak, that's much easier to solve for than a winter peak. That could be a 4-day polar vortex event. First, just, okay, it's hot during the summer. When it's hot, it's sunny for the most part, right? So you solve a 4-hour net peak versus a multi-day polar vortex event, right? So that's why it depends, but so hopefully that helps a little bit of breaking down some of the factors.
What's Wood Mackenzie saying?
I think those are long already touched on most of the points. Nationally, the good news is that as long as we continue retiring coal plants, the emissions trajectory is still going down. We're slowing down the retirement a little bit in some pockets, but the overall trend is that some of those, those old coal plants just not economical, and you don't need them anymore. So as long as you do that, you will continue to have emissions going down. Of course, it's not going to get to, the Biden goal was 2035 that nobody thought was realistic, but nonetheless, it was 2035 goal for net zero electricity. We don't think that's gonna be realistic, but emissions could still go down. I think the other component when it comes to climate is really about extreme weather that we have to think about, because then, because of extreme weather, you actually need more dispatchable long duration resources to make sure that the grid doesn't fall over when you have a 5-day event in the weather. And that's actually why we're building a lot of these new gas plants. But you could also see that kind of becoming more and more frequent, those events, once in a century storms happen every other year kind of thing. And you could actually be needing to burn more gas because of those events becoming more frequent. So there's a little bit of a feedback loop in that as well, depending on your overall demand trajectory and extreme weather events.
Well, thank you very much. I'm getting the nod from the wings there. So it just remains to thank our two panelists for what I thought was a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for reconvening so effectively. Again, I am Joseph Mike, and I'm the director of the energy program here. To those who are joining us, thank you so much. Those who are joining online, we welcome your engagement as well. We've had a very interesting set of conversations this morning, and I just wanted to take a minute to think about the big themes. The U.S. stands, it feels like we're at a critical juncture, right, where we have a broad set of political motivations and imperatives related to the reshoring of manufacturing, the securing of particular value chains, not just supply chains, but value chains. We want to do this economic activity here in the United States. We've got decarbonization and that ongoing project, which even if it becomes less of a priority in any administration, is an ongoing sort of economic and political phenomenon. And then we've got these emergent challenges related to the AI revolution and its prospective role in our economy. And all of that involves the power sector. Now, the vision of the power sector that each of us hold varies a lot. Is it a tool for decarbonization? Is it a tool for efficiency? Is it a tool for reducing costs? Is it a tool for providing light, power, and heat to American consumers? And we've got three perspectives on stage today to help, I hope, dwell a little bit on the large issues and forecast a little bit about where the political conversation is going. Thank you all so much for being here. Starting with Jason Gramey, who's the CEO of American Clean Power. Jason is a longtime Washington player, thinker, and leader on matters of energy and climate change. Pat Vincent Calan is the interim president and CEO of the Edison Electric Institute. She's working two jobs right now, also serving in her permanent role as chairman and CEO of Texas Energy, the Texas and New Mexico Electric Utility Service. And Nidhi Thakkar is working with the Clean Energy Buyers Association, where she is the senior vice president for policy. So we've got providers, we've got generators, and we've got buyers, all thinking through these challenging questions. Jason, maybe I can begin with you. When you see these mega trends, AI, decarbonization, the sort of the increasing geopolitical tensions that we feel as a country and around the world, how do you think that relates to this broad theme of achieving our national priorities via the electric industry?
Well, Joe, I always like that you kind of start out with a really narrow, focused question. So look, but I appreciate it. Really nice to be with everybody. A couple of opening thoughts. The first, I'm going to kind of challenge one thing you said, Joe, which is, I think you're going to see more one perspective than three perspectives. And I think that is probably in many ways part of the answer to your question. Because as the reality of complexity in the real economy increases, and the ability of government to metabolize those challenges decreases, you're seeing a lot more leadership coming from the energy sector in a way that is both, I think, enthusiastic, but also driven by absolute necessity, right? We used to all be able to go to Congress with our own particular idea, and they would find the ability to integrate that into national policy. That just doesn't happen anymore, which is why, ACP wound up going to the Republican National Convention, the Democratic National Convention, with EEI, with NEI, with AGA as the American energy industry. And so just to, give you two more thoughts and then I'll turn it over. We're big kids now. Right? Clean energy is no longer this kind of nice idea that people do because they think it looks good in their ESG report. 80% of all of the electricity that came online last year was clean power. Over 2/3 of that clean power was deployed by companies that also have fossil assets. Right? So the kind of Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, us versus you, that's just not reality. And what has really cemented that is the demand we're going to talk about and Neil will talk about, right? Electrons are not competing for space in America's hearts and minds. If we, in fact, do not, in a very meaningful way, combine the best attributes of all of these technologies, it is impossible to achieve those megatrends. And so, I think that is the spirit we are bringing forward at this moment of, kind of political effort to create more division, the fact that we are sticking together, and not just the clean energy kids who went from like teacher's pet to detention, right? The oil and gas industry does not want to turn back the decades of effort to kind of integrate into the future. People aren't going to build billion-dollar machines with 30-year payback periods if they think in 4 years the politics are going to swing again. So I think you're going to see a lot more collaborative, affirmative anchoring of the American energy industry in order to address the questions you raised.
Thank you, Jason. I mean, one of the key things that you said, I think, I appreciate you saying, and it probably needs to be argued more, is that clean energy are big kids now. So it's like it is on the table. It's normal business practice. This is not your sort of grandfather's solar panel on his roof helping him achieve his green goals. This is actually just the path forward for a lot of economic development in our country and around the world. And hopefully we can see the private sector continue to hammer that voice home. Nidhi, Jason, a little bit past the ball to you, so why don't we go there and talk about demand? Can you help our audience who may not know, what is the Clean Energy Buyer Association, and what interests are you representing here in Washington, and what are the big issues that your coalition is looking at?
Sure.
You have to use the hand.
So thank you for the invitation. Also, Rich Powell, our CEO, unfortunately could not be with us today, so I'm here in his stead. The Clean Energy Buyers Association is a trade association representing over 400 members of the largest corporate buyers in the United States, some of which have a pretty significant global footprint. To give you a sense of the market signals they can send, our membership has a $26 trillion market cap. So some of our members include the largest data centers, tech companies, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, a lot of manufacturers, Hemlock Semiconductor, Micron, and others, and as well as a lot of retailers, Walmart, Amazon, 7-Eleven, the list goes on. And, what I would say is we are at kind of just an absolute inflection point right now in how we both plan and serve for loads generally, but large loads in particular. And I would say the last set of announcements we have seen from the corporate community over the last 4 to 6 weeks really highlights the level of regulatory and business model innovation that the corporate players are having to dig deep for right now, because we have fundamentally a lack of electrons on the system. We have an issue both between how we get those electrons to where they need to go, but we have a problem with sufficiency of those electrons. And, I would say in the past, being able to serve large loads was probably, and electricity availability was probably a third or fourth most important issue for our member companies. Now I would say it is an existential issue. It is a number 2 or absolute number 1 top priority. And the bottom line is if we can't figure out how to serve those large loads in the United States, the industries that they represent, AI, manufacturing, both of which is a combination of onshoring, reshoring, and fundamentally new industries that are being built, the U.S. is going to lose out on the race in those sectors.
Excellent. Maybe we can then immediately turn to Pat, who is in the business of serving loads. Given the demand, every day we see sort of mind-boggling demand forecasts associated with all of these priorities. You're in the industry. The industry has built quickly before, but it maybe has lost some muscle memory. What are the key factors that the industry is looking at right now and helping to meet this challenge?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And we have been through this before. And, EEI represents member companies that serve about 250 million Americans. So we serve the majority of the American population, both as residential and small business consumers, but then as large customers. And none of our customers are going to stand for the "I'm sorry, we can't serve you," and we understand that.
I've heard they get quite ornate.
They do, and I always say that the affordability and the reliability of the electric power we have in this country, we take for granted, right? If you go to a third world country, you realize how lucky we are. So we have been through large building cycles before. Remember when the GIs came home from World War II, right? And everybody had houses and then air conditioning. So we have done this before. It has been a while, but it brings us back to the lessons of the past that are the lessons of now. we need to be able to bring all the available clean energy sources online, right, including natural gas. We need to be able to do it quickly. And I think the biggest thing that has changed, I've been in the industry about 30 years, is the time at which it takes from when you know you need a resource to the time you can actually get it up and running is increased dramatically. Not only building a wind farm or a solar farm or a gas plant, but building and permitting a transmission line. There's a transmission line in my home state that's going on 15 years. So we need to be able to move all of that quickly. But why I am very hopeful now is that you see us all sitting up here, and we're all going to say a lot of the same things, as you said, that we need to work together to get this done. And when your customers and your providers come to the federal government, especially on a matter that's now, it's about meeting demand, but it's about national security, right? Energy security is national security. So we don't send Google, Meta, everybody else overseas, and we get to reshore the key components of our supply chains back in the United States. So while there's a myriad of challenges out there, I'm very optimistic that the forces are coming together to help us meet that demand.
Well, that's one of the things that we've seen in our own work, right? We're at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where, like oil markets is our purview, right? But what some may see as the sort of parochial interests of utility service or the domestic power grid, actually we see, because of the megatrends, fundamentally connected to our economic security, to our global competitiveness, and our ability to be at the technological frontier, in particular related to some of these AI issues. But that's only the most urgent one of a broad portfolio. When we talk about these issues, yes, we say a lot of the same things. Sometimes we mean different things when we say the same words. But I see the conversation breaking on a few key areas that I'd love to dig into with the panel here. The first is the role of permitting reform. We hear again and again, it just takes too long to build things, that increases costs, and makes this the transition that we're undergoing perhaps more expensive, too slow, too hard to articulate. The second is the role of the federal government, right? The federal government has tools to deploy capital. We have tax policy debates ongoing and forthcoming. And for the more strategic parts of this, the forward investments that kind of have to be made that we know will benefit from, but nobody's quite in an economic position to make. Here I'm thinking transmission, nuclear investment, and other things. The federal government has played an important role. Beginning with the permitting reform, which is sort of the conversation of the day, what are the key factors that we need to see? We've got an administration coming in that has a very sort of deregulatory impulse. I don't know how deep that's going to go. And we've got a fairly robust conversation going on the Hill. Jason, when you're working with your members or you're viewing the conversation here in Washington, how do we build, not just with one bill, as we heard this morning, but with a real sense of iteration and forward progress, a regulatory environment and a permitting environment that's going to allow us to meet these goals?
So let me kind of take it up where you ended, because to talk about the problem and admire it is delightful, and we do it a lot. But if you want to think about solutions, you actually figure out the source of the problem. Right? We have a lot of challenges. Some of them are real economic inherent issues. Inflation is tough. Building a $1 trillion supply chain in a short period of time, difficult. Getting workers to fill the 500,000 jobs, fundamentally real. The rest of our problems are governmentally constructed, right? The uncertainty now that we're facing, which is harming investment, created by government. The inability to build things efficiently is a problem created by government. The inability to get power onto the grid through these very long interconnection queues is a problem created by government. And so, the industry, the economy, we've got to grapple with supply chain, with workforce. But now it's a question of, can government keep up? The answer up until now has been no. I think a lot of it is we've created structures for a very different time. The RTOs, hi Allison, markets were created in 1999 during a period of essentially flat growth. They weren't designed to do what they have to do, which is why they're failing to do it. Our permitting structure was designed at a time when there was something called a local power company. And so it's a structure that is designed to make sure that the power companies aren't jipping members in a kind of, monopolistic environment. That's what's not happening anymore, right? Our transmission is now kind of confronting this idea that we have local grids that can maybe reach regions when in fact we have national problems. So, that's the fundamental question. We were saying that climate change needs to kind of change everything except our ossified government processes, which certain people have enjoyed using in certain ways over the last 100 years. So, we can talk about the kind of attributes and what's happening on the Hill, but fundamentally the problem is that the government can't keep up with technology. And if we don't address that, we are not going to go anywhere close to what we achieved, when the GIs came back in the late 1940s.
Yeah, and actually, there was a movie which I had to cheat and actually look up the title for. It's called Space Cowboys. But the plot line is that the NASA needs to meet some mission priority, but they're not able to use modern technology. They have to use the old spaceships. So they bring all these retired astronauts back. It's got a bunch of famous actors. I wonder if we have like a bunch of retired utility people who were there in the 1950s that we can bring to bear. But Pat, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the permitting challenge. I'm sure you guys are well-staffed and ready to go in terms of building stuff, but your thoughts on the key elements of permitting reform, why it's so important, and how we build a brick-by-brick approach rather than trying to take one big legislative swing, for example.
We have like 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, first of all, we need to know that the permitting process is a whole series of agencies and laws, right? So you've got, the Clean Water Act, you've got the Endangered Species Act, right? Everybody talks about NEPA reform, but there's all sorts of things out there. And I agree, one of the things we don't do real well as government is look at problems as a systems problem, right? It's this problem with this agency, this problem is that agency. So we need, I think, to educate that it's a holistic projects, and there's lots of things that need to get done. And part of it is, I think, people have taken NEPA reform as it means you don't care about environmental protections. That's so far from the truth on the industry, right? Because you need to have a process that moves more quickly, but still allows for environmental protections. So there are things you can do with NEPA, for example, more categorical exclusions, right? For renewable projects or projects on federal lands, using more tiered cluster studies, right? I mean, we can even do some transmission queue reform, same way, right? And it's a lot of little hits, I think, more than some magic wand that's going to come down. And so I think what we need to continue to do is agree on those and educate and move those at many of the agencies and with Congress.
Nidhi, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well. Kind of it seemed when I hear Clean Water Act, NEPA, transmission planning, interconnection queues, there's a lot of authorities running around here. There's a lot of political balances that are going to have to be achieved. How are you and your colleagues looking at those questions?
Sure. And I would tell you firsthand, as a recovering NEPA and FERC attorney, I have lived through the very painful process and been on the project finance side at the loan programs office at DOE. I have been through the very painful pieces of everything Pat is referencing and Jason has raised as well. Fundamentally, yes, we need permitting reform. I think we're in agreement over that. Right now what we're seeing play out on the Hill is the devil's in the details here, and my hope is that we don't let perfect be the enemy of good or good enough for now. The reason there are other countries that are leading the race in certain sectors is because they can build and they can build faster. And they can do a lot of things faster than us. And I think to Pat's point, just because we choose to do something more streamlined or in a faster way doesn't mean we do it irresponsibly, or doesn't mean that has to be the case. And there is a happy medium. So, what I would say is we need permitting reform. We need it not just to build more transmission, we need it to build more generation. Large-scale infrastructure projects are very complicated and very hard, and just getting the financing in place to do one of those projects is challenging enough, and NEPA litigation can kill a project. DOE will not fund, the Loan Programs Office will not fund a project if there is huge litigation risk. And nuclear is a great example of a sector that cannot get private financing right now and needs federal support to get off the ground further for advanced nuclear. So I think NEPA, oddly enough, and permitting reform, oddly enough, affects a huge ecosystem of how we meet this challenge and the demand we have right now.
Hey, Joe, can I amplify the spirit of my government is failing us comment? Because it's not the people, it's the process, right? These are public servants who are, I think, some of the most capable, hardworking folks we've ever met. And they're good people with bad incentives. And at this moment, when there is this larger narrative about the failure of government to provide services and what you're hearing a lot from the incoming administration, I just think it's really important to realize the issue is fixing the structures. It is not denigrating the people. And so I wanted to make sure that that was clear, since the structures really suck.
Yeah, and
I think we need to reimagine the processes for today's day and age. I mean, you joked about the retired utility engineers from the 50s. I love them dearly, but I wouldn't want them to come back because the world has changed so...
Isn't that the average age of the lineman, basically, today?
Well, I thought you were talking about ones that worked in the 50s. So, no. And I got to tell you, there are linemen that are older than I am that are in better shape, let me tell you. But we need to reimagine these processes with a fresh set of eyes over what we are facing in the world, right? The whole national security concerns, the desire to continue to protect our environment, to have all these technologies in. So I'm not sure how, new to Washington, I'm not sure how one reimagines a process in Washington. We put a whole bunch of people in a room with different point of view and close the door and they do it. But I really think that's the kind of thinking that we need.
You get a blue ribbon commission, you give it a silly name, you get a couple tech executives.
Oh.
I will just give one example of what Pat is talking about. When we saw the amount of financial investment in the sector that we did during the Recovery Act, the result of that was some level of permitting reform. We saw programmatic reform in terms of how we decided to cite projects. We have offshore leasing blocks and auctions now. We did it with the solar industry. There are other ways to think of innovation there.
Yeah, I think there's two, Pat, to your point, I think there's two kind of principal areas. One, I think, is highlighting the stakes of kind of missing out here, right? So much of the government is failing us is we're just not delivering on the promise of government policies that do pass, and we're not realizing all the potential of the private sector because these things stand in the way. And I think the second is emphasizing that this, I think that the sort of imperatives that we're facing on AI and manufacturing and other things, we're going to see a lot of bipartisan efforts to make sure that we stay at the front there. That like when the stakes are higher, we hope and expect the system to rise to meet those challenges.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is an inflection point, right? I think that there needs to be a greater appreciation that slowing down the future lengthens the past. And that's not just true from a kind of technological standpoint, but we're going to provide electrons in this country. We will not let the lights flicker because that's all of us failing each other. And if we don't have clean sources, we are going to extend the life of the system we have. And you're already seeing that argument start to happen. So the environmental costs of not streamlining permitting are profound and generally ignored. People are emotionally willing to tolerate really bad things rather than taking responsibility for making ambivalent change. And so I think, we are locked now in to a cycle that's going to take us in the wrong direction if there's not aggressive environmental advocacy along with industrial advocacy and economic advocacy for the things we've been talking about.
Let's turn to energy tax credits. Under the Biden administration, we saw two really big pieces of legislation related to climate and energy, and one big piece related to industrial policy. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, made a basket of investments in various new energy technologies for decarbonization and security. And then the Inflation Reduction Act created a lot of tax incentives for deploying low carbon technology in a lot of those new energies as well, and reshoring and manufacturing. Now, and then the third one is the CHIPS and Science Act, which actually does have some interesting energy and science provisions. We've got a new Congress incoming. We've got a new president coming in January, and we know that tax reform is going to be a big part of an issue. like the challenges we're talking about are not our only national challenges. We've got budgetary pressures, we've got economic competition that we're trying to win. And so I'd love to have a conversation around the role that energy tax credits, which were defined in the IRA, but have been used for a long time and for a lot of purposes, where you all expect to see that conversation go, either from an advocacy standpoint or just the sort of the contours of the conversation we're going to be having in Washington. Maybe we can start with you, kind of as we look at the way that we've been subsidizing deployment and power, and the sort of the successes that we've seen out of those policy interventions in the last 3 years. What are the most important factors in your mind for the conversation going forward?
Sure. Well, I would start by saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And
Jason said the government's broken.
There's a unique exception.
Good recovery. And it's the process, not the people. I would say, in all seriousness, so we are very focused on keeping good tax policy in place, and that is the tech neutral tax credits, as well as the manufacturing tax credits, the 45X tax credits. The reality is the manufacturing credits also feed into the cost of electricity and supply chain, and my colleagues here can speak to that as well, of course. And what we've looked at, we've done some research, and repeal of those tax credits would result in electricity prices or PPA prices being raised by about 40% for large C&I customers. And ultimately, that's going to have a lot of implications. The first being it's more expensive to do business. So do you stay in the United States? I mentioned earlier on that, availability, and whether you can move electrons from point A to point B have become an existential issue. Raising the cost of electricity, equally important, equally existential, can force businesses to choose to site elsewhere outside of the United States. Also, those costs are going to be passed down to consumers inevitably. And so our focus has really been on how do you ensure that you don't have repeal of credits that will have an inflationary effect on electricity prices. President Trump has said he wants to bring electricity prices down by, I believe, 50%. And this would actually be contrary to what his agenda is. So I think, that is very important to our members at CEBA. And I would just say the last piece of it is electricity has just become one of the four most important issues in terms of where you choose to site your business operations and how affordably you can do that.
Pat, I'd love to hear your view on that claim that the electricity pricing, carbon intensity is a big part of how businesses are looking at investment. I mean, like from your side as a provider, but also your thoughts on the major contours. We know a lot of people are going to want to defend these tax credits, or maybe see them continue to exist. What are the key factors that you think are going to be in play?
Well, we're the industry that sends out the bills. So we're the one that when the prices go up, we get the phone calls. And in my other job, I do get a lot of those phone calls. So we are obviously very supportive of keeping the clean energy credits in place and the tech neutral credits in place. And, most of my members are monopolies, so we pass those down right away to our customers. And one of my colleagues figured that electricity prices, when the tax credits were passed on, lowered the bills about 10%. So it has been a meaningful reduction to customers, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission ensured we passed those down, as did our state commissions. So they went directly to customers. And the role they play in taking bills down and keeping bills down is for all consumers is just critical. And what you said, when people are looking to cite, it's cost, right? It's reliability. In my home state of New Mexico, we passed something called the Energy Transition Act that lays out the state's plans to go to clean energy. The amount of interest we saw from customers wanting to come after that was passed was amazing. So they are looking at GHG intensity when they come, but they're also looking at speed now. a lot more than before, because before speed was, I would say, more or less equal across states and relatively quick. And now speed is probably close to the deciding factor in many cases, right? They just say, if you can't make it meet in this amount of time, we're not interested. But back to your subject, I think that the importance of credits to the customers and to businesses really resonates with the administration because of the commitment to keep energy prices down.
So Jason, you're one of the most adept people at navigating the Washington conversation. How do we sort of help policymakers understand the stakes and the true effect of these tax credits or policy choices?
Just coming back from a board meeting where this came up a couple times, I will share a few perspectives. The first is just providing context, right? I think if the DOGE, as suggested, wants to go take all of the energy subsidies out of our economic system, game on. I would love to spend the next 33 years having that conversation. And if we actually had the capacity to have technologies compete meaningfully based on their attributes, delighted, right? So the other issue, I guess I'm time traveling a little bit. I think Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And so what happened under the first Trump administration? Clean power increased by 14% year over year. 420,000 jobs were brought into the Trump economy. And so I think what we're basically reminding everybody is we're not other. The premise of the IRA was really good bipartisan bones focused on innovation and incentives, not taxation and regulation. And the execution, you've all heard 1,000 times, is largely benefiting conservative areas of the country. It was the hostile, reconciliation process, which we are still suffering. And I do think that we are seeing, particularly if you're going to try to, undo it with a reconciliation process, a recognition that this is something that every administration tends to do one time. And now we have to think about what does the future look like. There is, I think, a reasonable possibility that it is going to be very difficult for this Congress to legislate with a majority of one member in the U.S. House of Representatives, at least for several months. That's a head cold away from basically Congress, having nice games of blackjack. But there could be changes. I think the most important thing that we want to acknowledge as the industry that has benefited considerably along with others from this law is it's not perfect, right? The process that brought the IRA together was not perfect. And we certainly have ideas about how one could achieve the goals of this law in ways that would be more economically efficient. And if brought into a process which is not suggested that, the first step is, mortality, we'd be happy to have that conversation and guide people towards answers. And I hope, we will have that opportunity because, again, the margins are so small. It is going to require not just the folks who are in the most aggressive position, but you're not going to pass a reconciliation act without virtually every single Republican member. So, those are the conversations that we're actually looking forward to. We could make this law work better for everybody, and we'd be delighted to have the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, I fundamentally agree. We in the think tank space are also looking forward to those kinds of conversations as we kind of settle in and start looking at some of the real issues at play. We're running close on time, so I would love to close with, we've had you guys are real experts, and a lot about this system. You know what FERC does. When I'm talking about these issues with folks even slightly away from the electricity sector, there's an impulse, sort of like a cascade to the supply side. Oh, why don't we just build more nuclear? Oh, the solution is gas. Oh, gas and carbon capture. We need solar and storage off the grid or behind the meter, and that's going to be the path forward. One, I would love to hear your thoughts on places where you see real sources of new optimism, and two, your thoughts on whether the term all of the above is just going to mean something different over the next few years. For those in the climate and energy space, all of the above used to be, yeah, we'll do renewables and stuff, but also the fossil economy is really important. We're going to continue to do that. I wonder if all of the above is really going to shift to be much more about, to meet the energetic needs we have, we're going to be investing heavily in a lot of clean energy along the same trends that Jason first cited compared to before.
Sure. Well, I think the bottom line is we are going to need all resources that are going to be available. The load growth projections we are seeing right now are staggering. We needed them yesterday. And so, and my bit of optimism here is a few things. The first I would say is, we do need to solve for this 2025 to 2030 period, where I think everyone's scratching their head a little bit. I am hopeful and very optimistic that the new technologies we have forthcoming, long duration storage, Form Energy, the company I just was at most recently, is building a 100-hour iron air battery. Hopefully those come to fruition in the timeline we need. But we need to start thinking about what all of the above means in the context of clean, firm, dispatchable, and decarbonized. So that can mean geothermal, it can mean gas with CCS, it can mean renewables paired with a 100-hour battery. I mean, we really need to get creative on these solutions. And then my last bit of optimism I would share is, having worked for a utility, I would say I'm really optimistic at seeing the new partnerships that we have between the different companies represented by our trades here. I think folks are really willing to have critical conversations on how we move forward in a way to manage load growth, so we capture the economic benefits for the United States that are forthcoming if we do this right.
Pat?
And I think that the fact that we have this magnitude of a challenge before us is great, because I think we get more done together when we have a challenge like this. And, there's been a lot of catchphrases, all of the above, others, et cetera. But and they have been used as coded words for sort of, sometimes whatever industry you wanted to do. But we need to be able to use the resources we have, which are becoming cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. And you gave some statistics about how much clean energy was on the grid. It is becoming more economical. Actually, in most cases, like in my neck of the woods, a wood and a solar plant or a solar facility will beat other forms of technology, hands down. Live in a very sunny area. But we need to continue to work together, get all this done, and solve it, and not let this opportunity slip away from us. And I think sometimes as Americans, and this may sound a little hokey, we do really, really good with big challenges. And I think that's what this is. And I think it will allow us to come together and solve this. Because at the end of the day, if we don't, the American people are going to be really unhappy with us. And since I bill them every day, I don't want them unhappy with me.
So, Joe, you did something unique, and you targeted the idea of energy efficiency, which I agree doesn't come up a lot. And in deference to a spiritual leader friend, Ralph Cavanagh, I will try to answer that part of the question quickly, which is, there has been this idea that if it's electric, we're good to go. And the relative efficiency of electric vehicles is startling, right? And so as we now start to see constraints on resources, I think you're going to start to see a much more aggressive conversation, just like we have efficiency requirements for oil because of those issues. I still think that the stuff Needy cares about should be more efficient. I just don't understand how my kid using ChatGPT can fundamentally change the arc of our nation's economy, but I know little about that.
Different discussion.
It is. On all of the above, again, a lot of flavors. I think when you add one word, it clarifies what it means, which is all of the above new. Because, sometimes when people say all of the above, the intuition is, well, what we're saying is we want to maintain this legacy set of generation sources which do not achieve the goals of the future. But if you look at just about anything that you can economically bring online to the U.S., economy right now, it kind of does fit those goals, right? People don't build 30-year, 40-year infrastructure without attention to those long-term future goals. And so I think if we rally around all of the above new, then we really frame the debate in a way that I think is going to advance the interests of all of our industries.
Can I borrow that line? Sure. Okay.
Please join me in a warm appreciation of this spectacular panel, not just for their contributions today, but for their leadership in general. Stick with us. We're going to do a quick stage shift, or? Yes. Yeah, we'll do a quick stage.
Hello, hello. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for staying here for this next panel. We've talked a lot about demand growth, politics. Now we're going to dive into the question of transmission and sort of get into some of the complexities therein and actually like hash out some of the policy frameworks there. So I've got an excellent panel. Pleased to introduce former FERC Commissioner Allison Clements. Allison joined FERC in December 2020, stepped down in June of 2024. That 4-year term included major work, including Order 2023, dealing with interconnection. So we'll get a chance to talk about interconnection queue issues. And then, of course, Order 1920 with regional transmission planning. Also transformative, I think, though I guess we'll talk about that. Prior to her current role, she has worked at Energy Foundation, Good Grid, Natural Resources Defense Council, undergraduate degree from University of Michigan, and her law degree from George Washington University Law School. Allison, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your work at FERC. Rob Gramlich, president and founder of Grid Strategies, a DC-based consultancy focused on transmission and power markets. His team does a lot of great work, including 2-year running now reports on national level load growth, which I think are really useful and important for the conversation, and we'll talk about those shortly. Rob's been active in the sector for a long time, co-founded Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, working for Advanced Transmission Technologies Coalition, that's the WATT Coalition, the Macro Grid Initiative, the Future Power Markets Forum, all sorts of initiatives, all sorts of work, sort of pushing the conversation and the frontiers of policy in the sector. So really excited to have you here as well. Thanks, Rob. So, powering the commanding heights, the energy is a means to an end. That end is demand. So let's start with demand. Rob, you've recently published this report. Last year's report was titled, "The Era of Flat Load Growth is Over." We all now know that. So let's just have you sort of lay out some of those numbers that your team has put together, and also how you're getting to those numbers, just because that helps explain sort of how we might think about that, how we might think about the sort of the drivers, or I should say.
Sure thing. Thanks. Great to be here. Great to see you all. Yeah, with power demand, there is a lot of growth. Clearly, there's also a lot of uncertainty, clearly. So how did we come up with our numbers? First of all, there is a little known, underutilized FERC filing, the 714. Every utility files with FERC. It's 5-year out forecast. It takes a little work with that data set.
I've looked at that data set. It's more than a little work.
It's a bear.
Yeah, I was going to say, I tried to recreate it, but it's, so that, again, good work.
Credit to John Wilson and Zach Zimmerman on my team. John has been working with that data set for many years, so it's a little treacherous. But so out of that, last year we put it together and said, we went from, 23-ish gigawatts of new load from, 2022 to 2033. That's kind of normal flat power demand. That's why nobody has been looking at this or any other load growth data set. A few earlier speakers said you just, hire your entry level person and put them on this job, which was me, by the way, in 1999. I ran power demand for an IPP. So then we reported, oh, wow, look, it doubled. So last year it doubled. The era of flat power demand is over. We had some, enough anecdotes to put together with the nationwide filings. Boom, that got a lot of news. A lot of people knew that, but most of the world had no idea, a year ago now, about that. So now.
So just to be clear, what's doubled is the 5-year
growth. 5-year growth, yes. And so now that has doubled again. So that's news. And that's just from the FERC filings. When you realize that a lot of that is very regional, right? So data center, certain manufacturing, you heard from Lon and others that we're talking about large, discrete end users that are driving a lot of the growth. Then you can say, okay, well, let's look at where that is concentrated. So then you go to those grid planners, PJM, ERCOT, Georgia Power, PGE. There's certain just concentrated areas of these large loads, and you can look at and you get more recent and more granular, detailed, and analytically based estimate, and then that goes almost double again from the doubling. Like you add up all that more recently to the data till you get to 130 gigawatts of new load in 5 years. So that was our big number that we put out last week. There's ranges out there. There's uncertainty. But, that feels like, the feedback we've gotten from others who do this is that seems like in the ballpark. And again, it was, it used to be the case we were all looking at 20, 25, 30 gigawatts in a year of new load. Now we're looking at 130 gigawatts. That's just a lot. It's just a step change in how much new load. And meanwhile, we also have retirement. And we've been, trying to keep up with that. And we've been trying to keep up with clean energy goals, which add a lot of generation just for those purposes. So now that's a whole lot of new generation and transmission.
Yeah, so that number is profound. I think within the sector, folks understand that. Outside the sector, those numbers, it's hard to sort of put these numbers together. My heuristic is 100 gigawatts. Each gigawatt's 8,760 hours. That means about 9 terawatt hours per gigawatt, ballpark. That's a little bit of excess. So then times 100. That means basically with 100, but actually we're doing 128, 130, as you said. That means roughly 1,000 terawatt hours of new demand. So on an annual basis, the U.S. consumes 4,000 terawatt hours. Over the last 2 decades, that number has gone up about 250, over 2 decades of growth, 250 to 300 terawatt hours of growth on an annual basis. In 5 years, there's enough demand out there to make that number go up to 5,000 terawatt hours. That is a massive trajectory change, just truly massive. When you hear that number, I'm going to ask both, maybe Allison go first, and Rob, just instant reaction. Is it possible? Yes, no, maybe yes.
I think you can look at it from 2 seats, right? Yep. You can say, wow, this is system breaking expectations. We're going to be off by orders of magnitude and it's still going to be really difficult. Or you can say, wow, we have to act really fast and we have to do all we can. And to Pat's point in previous panel, there is an opportunity where everybody is suddenly on the same page, because it doesn't matter if you come from an international competitive perspective, a national security perspective, a state versus state competition perspective, a resilience for communities in extreme weather perspective, or an environmental perspective. We're all trying to now solve the same problem, and I think that is a real opportunity. The challenge is real. There's a lot we need to do from here to there, but it's about acting fast and stepping outside of the kind of regulatory and political and legislative restraints that sit down on top of all those efforts.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, but also, it helps to put this in historical context, right? So, first of all, that 130 is on top of 820-ish, where we start without getting into details of coincident versus non-coincident peak. But 820-ish, and most people...
Guys, come on, you're more in the audience.
Yeah, I don't know, it's easier to think about gigawatts than terawatt hours, but so that's 15% over 5 years, so 3% a year. That's about the rate of growth in the 1980s, and the 70s were quite a bit higher, 60s quite a bit higher. We had 6, 7, 8% per year growth, and other countries are doing that, as was noted earlier. So, in a sense, we can do this. The challenge in the electric industry is it takes a long time to plan, permit, and do all these things. So, it's important to us to sort of kind of get this word out there and get everybody trying to plan yesterday what, should have been planned in the last decade, because as you've noted, our transmission investment has, fallen to a trickle in terms of large, high capacity, new long lines. That part of the industry is really important for reliability. Jim will be up here later. And that part of the industry requires a lot of planning, and it's just not happening. So it was important to get us going. And, I think if we do start planning with all those aligned interests, we do need all those aligned interests. It can't be just for one motivation, one purpose. We'll talk about some of those, and the whole point of this event, I guess, is, some of the strategic industries that are really important to our economy and global competitiveness. That is an important objective, and voices for that have not been very active in this thus far.
So we know the challenge is immense, the opportunity is real, the historic precedent is there. Large volumes of demand require large volumes of supply. Most of the conversation talks, all of the above, we talked about that. Which generation resources are going to be, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, this is not your usual market. Supply and demand are sort of mediated by the connective tissue of the transmission system. Allison, can you just sort of set up sort of the role of the transmission system in enabling new generation to connect? And I think we'll lead into the status of the interconnection queues and setting up sort of a conversation about the interconnection queues, and then we'll back up into sort of long-range planning. But just sort of lay out the role of transmission, why transmission is necessary for scaling the supply side to match the demand side.
Well, first of all, we are all here because the transmission system is no less than the backbone of the modern U.S. economy, period. And I think when you come to a volatile election that just took place, and half the country wanted one outcome and half the country wanted a different, even if you weren't happy with the outcome, one potential silver lining now is that energy is energy. We maybe put down the politicized fight over what kind of electrons are hooking up to it and start thinking about what has to happen to maintain the U.S. role in the world. Can you imagine if in the 1950s, the highway administration didn't get set up and we didn't build the highway system, what that would have meant for the United States and our trajectory? We are now at the same place with the electric grid. So what does the electric grid mean for supply and interconnection? It is the system. It is the highway system that carries electrons from power production to load. And it operated in a pretty stagnant fashion for 80 years, whereby 1, 2, 3 plants might hook up in a region in a year that a utility would deal with. They'd go up to the utility, they'd put in a piece of paper, say, can you hook me up to the system? The utility would say, great, I'll hook you up, you'll have service in 7 months. Now you have 2.6, to talk about terawatts, 2.6, actually it's, terawatts of generation, 95% of which is solar, storage, wind, lined up to hook up to that grid. But when you go up as one of those, now, orders of magnitude larger number of projects trying to find room on the grid, which doesn't have a lot of space anymore, it's getting more crowded. They say, the utility says to you, wow, put down this money, get in line, and we'll see you in 7 years. And so we have all of this opportunity. To my mind, the transmission grid, now the country has a technology challenge. The transmission grid isn't actually facing a technological challenge. It's facing a regulatory and permitting challenge, right? And a cost allocation challenge. Those are structures, to the last panel's point, that can be addressed. But we have a system that worked a long way for a long time. It's been overwhelmed by the pace of change in the market, by the success of technology, by the success of markets and policies driving the resources mix that's going to take us forward, not the resource mix that's brought us to today. So I can wax poetic about the importance of the transmission system, for the rest of the afternoon. What we really need to think about is how do we leapfrog to a new regime under which it doesn't take 7 years for a new resource that costs zero for fuel, right? Wind and solar, or it's a resource complementary to wind and solar to get on the grid.
So I want to talk short term, but also we want to talk long term. So, Rob, you just laid out 100 plus gigawatts within the next 5 years. Allison, you just laid out an interconnection queue in which a new supply resource that wants to get built today, enters the queue today, isn't going to be connected until after we've passed that 5-year horizon. That's like a new project today entering the queue in PJM will not get connected until likely 2030 or beyond. So, but transmission's long lead. So what are the opportunities to get more, to solve the near-term crunch? We'll talk about long-range transmission planning and some of the prospects for that in a moment, but we have a 5-year crunch, and what's the option set look like, I guess, from a technology standpoint, and then we can sort of think about policy that would push that technology. I'll start with you, because I know you've just recently written a report on some of these technologies.
Right, so we absolutely need more supply on much more quickly. And I say 3-4 years ago, that was a pretty broad electric industry consensus. Allison was among the leaders, creators of Order 2023, a different FERC order, which was on generator interconnection reform. And there are, certain reforms in that to get all the sort of votes. It didn't go, probably as far as it could have gone. But at the same time, each region knew it had a problem. One thing I'd keep my eye on is some of these ISOs and RTOs, I think, are about to connect a whole heck of a lot. Based on their own way of doing things, and there are a lot of details if you look under the hood of these interconnection processes. But California, even PJM had just a tiny little bit the last couple of years, which, by the way, that's partly a result of this whole system of let's litigate and study for 4 years whether generator X, Y, or Z is responsible for that $30 million network upgrade, and then boom, the capacity market charges consumers $14 billion. That is a penny wise, pound foolish approach. So hopefully people are kind of getting away from that and simplifying. Just get the damn generation connected, right? And everybody will be way better off, at least all load, maybe not existing generation, who are sometimes, not exactly encouraging that new entry for obvious reasons. But I think some of these regions will actually get quite a lot connected here pretty soon based on their own policies.
Is that a function of the rulemaking coming out of Order 2023, or is that a function of new technology?
Yeah, well, both. Just sort of some region-specific reforms. Also, a couple regions had to sort of take a pause, redo things because they got overwhelmed. Well, that had to take a couple years to work through the system until they could actually get connected. So, CAISO is interconnecting a lot. People still criticize California for having rolling blackouts. Well, that was 3 years ago. They've connected so much solar and storage, and that is working beautifully to keep the lights on through August, September. They run out of the hydro, and the peak is in the late afternoon. The solar and batteries are working beautifully. Nobody tells that story. But partly because they've connected all this new generation. They got a lot more that they're going to connect that's going to help with that. So, each region has their own reasons and methods, but they're starting to connect a lot of new generation.
I guess I think of it in two parallel paths. There is the work you can do within the regulatory government, state and federal government, and then there's the work you can do outside of it. And I think of this period as 6, 7, 8 years before these rules from FERC, the rule that requires long-term regional planning, the rule that moves the ball forward on reforming the interconnection queues, before those start to have effect. And perhaps before we see some of these technologies, but people are really excited about actually commercialize and getting up and running. So we have that 6, 7, 8 year period. At the commission, at FERC, and at the states, you can do a few things. One, you can get hardware and software to increase the capacity of the existing grid enhancing technologies. You can make the system operate more dynamically. You have the opportunity for advanced conductoring. Replace the wires, don't replace the poles, make more room on the existing system. You have inefficiencies at the seams between RTOs and RTO regions and between utilities that aren't part of these broader regional markets, which work could be done more quickly to get at. You have surplus interconnection. So you've got people assigned Carlo's a leader in this well before the market caught up, or the reality caught up. There is assigned interconnection room that isn't getting used. All of those things could come in some sort of package at the federal, a combination of the federal and state level. And yes, rulemaking is slow. So that would still take, on the best day, 18 months, 24 months, but you'd be on your way. I think what's more encouraging to me is the outside government piece, which is all of a sudden you you've got a hyperscaler, a state PUC commissioner, a utility, and 2 technology providers sitting together in rooms saying, how can we hook up this 200 megawatt new load in your region? What can we, as the big hyperscale customer, do to help protect the other customers, but still get more room on the system right now? So those things are happening anecdotally around the country and are really encouraging, and can move a lot faster than will the regulatory process.
So it sounds like there actually is a lot of innovation happening. You know, the pressure being applied to the sector is compelling innovation, both at the the ISO RTO level, at the PUC level, and also commercially, tech firms, technology providers, supply side firms, sort of collaborating in new ways to sort of weather the crunch, weather the next couple of years. We're in DC. We're talking to the federal policymaking audience. What is the role of the federal government in all this? FERC obviously issues rules, but they take direction from Congress, and I'm wondering, how should we think about the long-term role of the federal government in helping ensure that this is executed in a way that's coherent, right? Should we rely on the innovation that's sort of happening? Is that sufficient, or is there a need to sort of push a wholesale reorganization of how the transmission planning system sort of proceeds? That's a big open-ended question, and then I'll dive into some specifics. But I just want to sort of get your sense on if indeed Congress has a role to play here.
So absolutely, there's a federal role. Look, this is an interconnected nationwide grid. Well, actually 3 grids, and one is under Texas control, but so the rest of the country.
Texas excluded in all conversations.
Outside of Texas, Hawaii, and Alaska, you've got 47 states that are so connected with each other that they feel it electrically the moment some generator goes offline. The instant, and so and then, of course, every bit of added infrastructure affects loop flow and power flow across the eastern and western interconnects. So if there's any, role for the federal government in any sector,
this is like interstate commerce,
yeah,
and it's most perfectly distilled.
Right. And so, I mean, we still have these debates, even in the electric industry, about, state versus federal, and you're kind of asking what's the federal role. So I think we need to, acknowledge that, a lot of folks like a lot of decisions at the state level, and in this industry, there still will be. There are powers reserved for the states, but on the other hand, the transmission grid is connected across this whole area, so there's absolutely also a role for the federal government here. So Allison could talk about the Federal Power Act and FERC, and for every lawyer I talk to says they were well within their authority and they're going to do great in court on these orders. But more broadly than that, there's, Department of Energy has established some of these new programs. Transmission facilitation programs are really helpful, getting some large-scale transmission developed. So it's government-enabled, not government-owned and not government-mandated, but government-enabled, market-based transmission that is extremely helpful. Again, part of this integrated grid. And then, of course, permitting reform. So many transmission projects trigger some federal action at some agency or another. That permitting reform, which is being discussed this week in Washington, is also extremely important. And there's so absolutely a role for Congress, DOE, FERC on all these things.
Well, I guess I'll ask is, you brought up cost allocation, and then you brought up DOE funding, right? And so the cost allocation, in my mind, is one of the preeminent issues, holding up large-scale transmission investment. Transmission is good bang for its buck, but it's a lot of money. And let's exclude the opportunities on grid-enhancing technologies for now. These transmission lines are very expensive, and especially at the scale we need them, it'll add up quick. But there's a federal, a strategic value associated with these transmission lines that the states aren't really accounting for. And can the federal government, Allison, sort of help buy down the cost allocation debates? Is that a model that has potential in your view over again, this is something that will impact the system on the decadal scale, but Is there a federal role for, or is there a role for federal dollars, I suppose, in making this cost allocation debate easier?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's a role, and you're seeing that with the Department of Energy through some of the things that came in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, a bill, as well as in the IRA. But one thing the IRA didn't do was focus a lot on transmission relative to the costs. You know, there's no standalone tax credit for transmission. There was a $2.5 billion transmission facilitation fund. That's enough for one big line if they got 100% of the funds. The highways got built with general tax funds, right? Every time investment is made in regional transmission, this very important investment, we pay for it on our electricity bills every month. As Pat was mentioning earlier, there's a disconnect between where the benefits lie, right? You know, in the Midwest, they invested $13 billion, $24 billion in these big regional projects called multi-value projects. They started in the late aughts. They got built mostly by like 2013, 2014. And to this day, those projects are the gifts that keep on giving. They kept the lights on in the Midwest and the Great Plains during Winter Storm Uri. They kept the lights on. You cannot calculate the value when you're sitting down in a regional transmission planning subcommittee meeting of having kept the lights on for the 5th time during the 8th day of extreme cold 12 years later. And so the costs and benefits don't add up, right? So we have to think about who's paying. But the benefits I don't know, Rob's firm probably couldn't go dig up one transmission line at a regional scale or bigger that didn't far outperform its expected benefits. And so there is this generational need for investment. And the question is, how do we make it fair that the right people pay for it? I mean, certainly the customers are coming to the table on that front. And saying, yeah, we're going to create big new loads. We'll put in our fair share. But that doesn't help my mom in First Energy territory in Ohio when she says, like, what's this rate hike on my bill? I think the other thing the federal government has to do is pass permitting reform. And in the current permitting bill that exists that's being talked about on the Hill, there's not only permitting reform, but there's the opportunity to get federal approval for an interstate transmission line instead of a state. So back to the highway analogy, what happens if Illinois just said, yeah, no thanks, or Pennsylvania said, yeah, no thanks to the I-80 or I-70, right? They had the option to do that under the transmission system. And when they do that, the entire region fails, right? And their customers lose because they're not optimizing planning across a larger area. So the permitting bill that's being considered right now this week includes the opportunity, if a state's not going to act or a state's going to say no on one of those important projects, that transmission developer, whether it be an incumbent utility or a merchant developer, can come to FERC or to the federal government and say, hey, can I get approval for this line? That is critical. I don't think we get the scale of investment done without that.
Can I just follow up on this cost allocation point is huge in my opinion, and most people don't understand it if they're not, in the electric industry all the time, and because it's a weird issue. It's weird because we're talking about transmission lines that will be, in place for 50 years. They cover, or 100, that's right, there are, and, benefit, let's say, 20, 25 states. And so they have all of the properties of a classic public good. And I'm looking at Bill Hederman. We went to the same public policy school, the sort of classic market failure for which there's just no way to deal with that other than some type of government intervention. If if the alternative to fund a public good is to pass the hat and expect everybody, let's say in this room, to voluntarily pay your share of the Pentagon, please. And then if we did that and the hat came back, I guarantee it's less than what you pay on your taxes to fund the Pentagon. Okay? National security and the highway system and the interstate bulk power transmission network are classic public goods for which they would be severely underfunded if there weren't some regulatory mechanism. And what's the mechanism? Well, it's not inherent in the electric industry because we started with 3,000 utilities that had a way to recover the cost in their own local system generation to serve load in their little area in, a quarter of a state. but they did not, the whole regulatory system and all the public utility regulatory laws never envisioned lines crossing 2 or 3 dozen of those utilities. So we basically inherited a system that doesn't pay for the lines that need to be paid for. That's the cost allocation challenge. So when we're talking about barriers to transmission, I like to use the 3 Ps, planning, permitting, paying. Paying is actually the hardest part. It's that cost allocation. Who's going to pay for this public good? So that's why you have FERC rules in Order 1920 that Allison, led and designed, where you get to the right plan that is efficient for consumers, you get the right configuration of all the, right technologies and lines and, how much DC and AC and all that, maximize sort of everybody's welfare and ratepayer savings, and then you allocate the cost. Federal Power Act says beneficiary pays, so, that is still the law of the land in that order. And so we need to successfully integrate that or implement that, Order 1920, for the regional case, and then the inter-regional case we have to get to next. We haven't talked about that. There's 10 or 12 regions, and you got to get transmission between them. NERC, thanks to Jim and others, did a great report on inter-regional transmission, the reliability value. There's also economic value, and somehow the regulator's going to have to, put into place a policy to sort of plan and pay for those lines.
There's also strategic value, and I'll point the audience to Northern Virginia, which is a data center cluster. 70% of the world's internet traffic flows through that cluster. I don't know the firm number, but I think a large portion, or a significant portion of that load is DoD orbit use cases, right? There's a lot of commercial load there, but a lot of it's serving the DoD, right? So this is not just commercial value, economic value, it's strategic value. Our ability to secure the frontier of AI and be on the lead of that is directly tied to our ability to scale that cluster. There's a transmission line that, we heard about the 3 Mile Island, the nuke being brought back online. That's great, but that's in southeastern Pennsylvania. How's that going to get to that cluster? Well, you need transmission. They've been trying to build transmission lines between southern Pennsylvania to northern Virginia for a decade, and it hasn't really happened. And so here you have this is just like a small little case study of the broader national problem, where you've got lines there's a siting challenge. The states have to approve it, which to some degree makes sense because it's their ratepayers who are going to be paying for it. It's their duty to make sure their ratepayers are sort of bearing the appropriate costs. But then it's also a cost allocation problem. That siting authority is tied to the cost allocation. I'm curious where the federal government steps in and sort of provides backstop siting or something in the case of this transmission line that is being proposed from effectively 3 Mile Island down to the Northern Virginia cluster. All the states in that area have to approve it. And of course the politics are classic. One state doesn't want to pay for it. There's local opposition naturally. These things are hard to build. Is there a role for the federal government in sort of stepping in and providing the siting authority there? And if so, my mental model suggests that should imply federal dollars as well, right? If you're going to take on that siting authority, supersede the states, then you should bring something to the table, which would be federal dollars. Does that make sense to you all? And we don't do that today, of course. That's not a system that exists. Is that a system that should exist?
Sure. I mean, yes, if we're talking about really disruption relative to how things are getting done, we're going into administration that doesn't want to add costs to add federal dollars to solve the problems. But if transmission had always lived in the national security bucket and not in the electricity kind of nobody knows about it, there's no understanding of what happens when you flip the light on bucket, we probably wouldn't have to be having this 20-year conversation about who should pay for new investment.
The problem is that it's either the ratepayer pays for it or the taxpayer pays for it.
Right.
And so, the ratepayers are under a lot of pressure. And that's one of the biggest issues with transmission is that, well, generation can be sort of directly tied to a buyer. But transmission is like this amorphous public good. Who pays for it? And so there's a real unwillingness to pay. And the case for moving the cost off of the ratepayer to some degree onto the taxpayer. I mean, we don't do this today. Can you maybe just mention, talk about the DOE examples? I mean, the dollar sums are large, but small relative to the challenge. So can you just like lay out, that's like the one case where we are doing a little bit of this.
Yeah, so within the Department of Energy Grid Deployment Office, there's a few new programs. The Transmission Facilitation Program, so colloquially called the Anchor Tenant Program, is sort of the government sort of takes a position as the anchor tenant on a big, long line that benefits many states. And then, you know, the market comes in, subscribers come on and pay the government back over time. It's a very promising program. It's working very well so far. So I'm hopeful that that, you know, continues and expands. There's other programs, TSED, something transmission, something economic development.
Alphabet soup.
That provides actually some local grants for, you know, let's say the county just north of mine in Maryland that is blocking that that very transmission project. You know, they first of all, they need to be respectfully communicated about all these benefits and needs. I'm not sure they're hearing that story. But secondly, they should also get some financial reward from the country to host that. And that program is being used in a lot of places, and counties are getting fire trucks and school buses and things like that. And that's a nice, more carrot-oriented permitting, you know, improve the permitting dynamics. And what I'm told is that that helps a lot kind of on the ground in some of the communities hosting transmission. So that's helpful. But also, yes, there is a national interest here. And so if we can just move a little bit towards the pipeline model, a little bit more towards parity, where fossil infrastructure gets this federal permitting regime and transmission gets none of that. Can we just get a little bit towards that through, you know, what Congress actually did in the IIJA? They did strengthen and fix a couple of damaging court decisions on the 2005 National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor Policy, so-called backstop siting. I was involved, had a bit part as working for the FERC chairman. This is the Bush administration. Bush appointed a chair, and interestingly, it was Republicans leading all this national transmission policy at that time with Domenici on the Hill and others. How things change, maybe they'll flip back. But you know, that policy never worked because the courts kind of killed it. IIJA tried to fix it. FERC Order 77 that Allison and others implemented, that implements that law. So hopefully that can work. There's, you know, policies related to that in this permitting bill being discussed this week that could further improve that process.
Allison, FERC cites, you know, talk about the relative authorities for FERC as it relates to gas, because it's all energy. It's all energy transmission. We probably need more. We need more of both, actually. Can you just like lay out the distinction, because it's sort of striking the difference there?
Sure. So gas and electricity come, you know, the federal oversight, the federal statutes are different. They have different histories, different views on competition and monopolies. And so it's not kind of, I don't mean to pit one against the other, but the way it works is if you want to build an interstate gas pipeline, which is a highly deregulated industry, you come to FERC, you have two private parties and a contract between those two parties that says one wants to build the pipeline and one or two or three more want to use the pipeline. FERC does the federal environmental review and awards the pipeline. The approval goes, and with that approval comes eminent domain authority, and the pipeline developer goes and builds the pipeline. If you want to build a transmission line, on the other hand, and you're a utility, let's say in the Mid-Atlantic region, and you go through a 18-month-long regional planning cycle with all the other utilities in the region, and you go to countless sub-advisory committees, rooms in dark Holiday Inns deep in, you know, suburbs of Philadelphia, and you fight about these inputs and outputs and modeling, and it goes on and on and on, and then the model spits out what's going to get built. And then you pick what could get built. And then the utilities all get together and they basically pick what's going to get built. And then they have to take that set of projects. This is like I'm mixing up. You get this is kind of wrong. But they take these projects.
Simplification. It's helpful.
They pick them up and they have to take them to FERC and get approval. And they have to figure out which utilities customers are going to pay for which portion of that project or that set of projects. That's how you, and then the customers pay. You and I and our McDonald's down the street and our Starbucks over here, we pay on our electricity bills for that investment. So that's the difference. I think the permitting reform that's getting talked about in Washington allows kind of it's still going to be a lot harder to build electric transmission, but it makes it a little bit easier relative than it is to build other types of infrastructure right now.
So, we've only got a few minutes left here, but the strategic imperative here is pretty profound. There's economic value on the table. There's the sort of the social political value of achieving economic growth and sort of bringing back industry, and then there's just like strategic sort of risk of falling behind because we have a power sector that is constraining rather than enabling expansion. It seems the time is now to think big. What would you like to see from Congress? Obviously we've talked about permitting reform, but on transmission, there's the provisions in Manchin-Barrasso. Do we need to think bigger? Is that just completely insufficient? I'll just mention those provisions are with regard to interregional transmission planning primarily. So again, that's 10 years down the road, maybe that plays out, that has an impact on the sector. Do we need to think bigger about what we need to achieve in the next 10 years rather than over the long term? Though, of course, the long term should be attributed.
Yes, we do. China's spending $700 to $900 billion on its high voltage grid in the next X number of years. They've announced that that's in implementation.
And we're at, I think, in the less than 50 billion range annually, maybe 30-ish.
Our friend Peter Fried last week was talking at a conference and said this is the greatest economic opportunity America has seen since the end of World War II. Patches said that in the last. We'd be crazy not to try and figure out how to do this right from kind of every perspective that being American stands for, but you have to get the political will. So to me, what's the thinking big? It's drop the politics around this conversation. We need infrastructure in this country. It's hard to build. None of us want it coming through our backyards or to our nursery school parking lots or our church parking lots, but we have to build infrastructure to protect our national security and identity. And so let's drop the politics on it and figure out how to build stuff. Build no more than we need, but get the stuff that we need done.
That's absolutely, I think, the right macro context. But then when you turn it to policies, I think it's important to recognize actually what we heard on the last panel is that permitting involves dozens of agencies with dozens of, statutes, state, federal, and, all sorts of things. And so what that means is that it's an extremely complex process that there's not going to be any one permitting reform law, right? It's not a single thing. This bill this week will make great improvements. I hope it passes, but it's going to be a process. It's going to be a long process, and look, sort of from a partisan perspective, different parties have looked at it differently. Republicans have been clamoring for permitting reform probably for longer. I think there's a lot of Democrats coming around to the idea that we got to build a lot of stuff now. And so the old sort of MO of, a lot of our processes, honestly, were built up around blocking stuff. And so I'm just hopeful long-term there's more of an alignment around how do we get good stuff built. We just need to build a lot more things. And even if we just make everything easier to build, everything that's lined up is way cleaner than what's on the system. So if we just make everything easier, it's going to clean up the grid a lot.
Build, baby, build. That's the mantra. Okay, please join me in giving my panelists a round of applause. Next up, we are going to have
Hey, so it was a great, great conference. What a great set of speakers. I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview into our long-term reliability assessment, but let me make a few comments ahead of time. I have been sitting here taking notes whenever anybody threw out a number of this many gigawatts of that, this many gigawatts of that, and I'm happy to say that they all footed with what we had too. So that's great. I was struck at the number of times we referred to the kind of the post-World War II build-out and of the electric grid, and that's kind of very important to me because it was in post-World War II is where we started to interconnect all of these disparate, largely urban electric systems, and then pursued rural electrification. And that all was great up until 1965, when we realized that, hey, those systems all have to operate together. And in 1965, of course, November, a relay misoperated outside of Toronto that managed to black out New York City within seconds. And so that's actually what gave rise to NERC in its original form, was really the industry trying to get together, trying to figure out how to set the right protocols for how they plan and operate an increasingly interconnected grid. Of course, the grid we had then was largely coal, oil, just starting to see nuclear come on the system, and the economy was bending metal, right? So very, very different than the situation we're in today. You kind of fast forward 28 years, if I do the math right, 2003, we kind of paid the Canadians back and let a tree contact a line in Ohio that blacked out the entire Northeast. And that's what gave rise to NERC in our current form. Congress got fed up, said, look, the voluntary approach that industry has taken to addressing reliability really hasn't worked. So they decided to create something called an electric reliability organization with statutory authority to set the planning and operating standards for the grid, recognizing that even in 2003, when we weren't nearly as electrified as we are today, the day you wake up, flip the switch, and the lights don't come on is a bad day. Fast forward to the internet, digital communications, digital commerce, everything else that's embedded in our lives, it's even more of a bad day today. And if you think about the pursuit of electrification as part of our energy and economic policy going forward, huge opportunities, particularly on the climate front. But our tolerance for any sort of unserved energy is going to go to zero very, very quickly if it's not already there. So that's what we're about at NERC. Before I get into I just have a couple slides. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of PowerPoint. As we think about the environment that the industry operates under, I've described it as kind of being hyper complex for the sector right now. We're seeing change occur on multiple dimensions very, very rapidly. At least very, very rapidly from the standpoint of the electric sector, which has largely been an evolutionary, has experienced evolutionary change, not revolutionary. One of the big issues is the transformation of the resource base. We are systematically retiring older generation, most of which I remember listening to an old industry CEO one time talk about. It's like 1950s Edsels, right? Why do we want to keep these things around? That's the coal, older gas, oil plants. Oil plants are mostly gone, and some of the older nuclear. And we're replacing them with renewable resources, largely wind and solar. Allison and Rob talked about the interconnection queues. About 2.5 times the installed base of the U.S.'s capacity now is sitting in interconnection queues wanting to get on the system. It's almost all wind, solar, and some batteries in there. So that's a pretty dramatic transformation of the resource base. Obviously, I think everyone gets with wind and solar, you have issues around variability because you can only generate power off a solar panel when the sun's shining or when the wind's blowing with the windmill. That's the dispatchability problem that we need to solve, and batteries are playing a big role in addressing that. The other issue is that when you make power the old-fashioned way, which is largely boiling water and making a magnet spin, a lot of magic happens. Not only do you get kilowatt hours and dispatchable kilowatt hours, but you get voltage and you get frequency and you get those things that allow the grid to actually operate stably which allows us to move power all around the country where it's needed, as opposed to just generating for local immediate demand. And wind and solar and batteries integrate onto the grid through basically microprocessor-based electronics called inverters. And they don't generate naturally frequency and voltage and those characteristics. Now they can. I think there's a lot of science that says that they can produce those products, but we don't really know how to harness them yet in a way that fully replicates what we lose when we lose a large coal plant, and so on and so forth. So there's work to be done on that front. The second issue, aside from the transformation of the resource base and this shift from dispatchable spinning, large mass spinning generation to microprocessor-based renewable generation, are the weather systems that we're dealing with. I remember one quote from Allison in one of the technical conferences I testified at, winter events. I think you said 5 in the last 11 years. We can now say 6 in the last 12. I mean, these things are just happening more frequently. And we characterize them from our work, and we're not meteorologists, but they're kind of broader, deeper, longer. Broader in terms of the area of the country that's getting impacted. That's where the transmission system, why we're so interested in the transmission system, to kind of build a grid bigger than the weather. But the weather's getting bigger too, right? We got to take that into account. Last summer we had a heat dome that sat over the lower third of the continent for 3 months. With extraordinary temperatures. That's the deeper part. The temperatures in places like Houston were triple digit for the majority of the summer, and that's just not normal in places like that. We've had big heat domes sitting across the western U.S. We've had these massive cold events that have occurred, Uri, Heather, Elliott, all of which occurred during otherwise mild conditions, right? I think most people would look at the last 3 winters and say those were mild winters on average. But there are like 4 or 5 days in there that it's real hell. And real hell for the electric grid, because it's the tail events that are becoming so important. And that's when customers do silly things like sit in their garages, turn on start their cars to warm up and asphyxiate themselves. So we're paying a lot of attention to winter. And one of the other dynamics going on as we continue to electrify the economy, and particularly buildings, is that we're seeing more and more load shift to winter. And more and more places are going to become winter peaking over the next period of time than the summer peaks that we've been dealing with. The third thing is this issue around growth. I think we all know that because of hyperscaling and everything else, we don't have a good number yet in terms of how much energy growth is really going to be demanded by data centers and so forth, but it's going to be a lot. It's certainly going to be a discontinuity from what we've seen in the past. We're also seeing in our forecast the increase associated with reindustrialization of the country, starting to see impacts from electrification policies in transportation and buildings, and population moves. One of the things that is curious about the environment we're in is that none of these affect the country evenly. They're all regional. There are a lot of regional differences in terms of where and how demand and resource transitions occur. And then the last area, and I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but we can't forget that we live in a very dangerous area from a security perspective. And whether it's the nation-state actors, the big 4, Iran, China, North Korea, Russia, the organized cyber criminals that they support, or the rise that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years with domestic violent extremists and physical security and sabotage to the electric grid. It's a really complicated world out there. Other than that, it's a great time to be in the industry, for sure. So just a few comments on the LTRA. So it's not a projection; it's a risk assessment. And I'll show you the maps that some of you have seen in the past. Just because a place is normal risk doesn't mean that they can't have a major event, and just because a place is high risk doesn't mean that they're going to. It just means that they're more vulnerable to a major outage. In terms of growth that we have built into the LTRA, it's about 50% higher over the next 10 years than the growth that we had in last year's LTRA, which was also about 50% higher than what we had in the previous one. So I think that fits with the numbers that Rob was talking about. It's also dated. data. We start collecting the data on this earlier in the year. So if we were to get up-to-date demand forecasts from the utilities, it would be materially different. We have about 80 gigawatts of retirements built into the projection over the next 10 years. Those are confirmed retirements where the owner has announced that it's going to retire and it's been accepted by the system operator. There's about another 40 gigawatts that we would say is probably at relatively high risk, but not included in the numbers here. New resource growth, we're anticipating it to be mostly wind, solar, and batteries. Let me just digress for a second. Solar and batteries are a spectacular resource for the grid, particularly in the summer. And we're seeing a lot of benefit. Rob mentioned the issues, the benefits that California's seen out of this. We've also seen those benefits in Texas. Not such a great resource in the winter. So we got to recognize that distinction as well. The other thing that happened on the resource addition side is that the projections for the next 10 years are lower than what we had last year for the next 10 years. Part of that's because we've seen a lot of large projects getting canceled, particularly some of the northeast offshore wind. It's the interconnection queue issues that the last panel just talked about. We really need to solve, how to get larger numbers of smaller scale projects onto the grid quickly, and permitting challenges that projects are running into. So we're seeing the rate of new resources decline. The other point I would say is that as we transition the resource base, historically we've always looked, and everybody's always looked at kind of the peak hour, right? We always figured if we could serve Tuesday afternoon in August, we could probably serve every other hour of the year. Well, that math no longer works because the ability to serve the peak day in August doesn't tell you anything about any other hour of the year anymore. Particularly as we have more and more variable resource, wind and solar on the grid. And the issues around natural gas are quite profound. The natural gas system and the electric system have grown up very separately. They're now definitely strange bedfellows. The way I would kind of describe it is that when gas policy was put in place starting in 1978, it was at best a hobby for the electric grid if there was any gas on the grid at all. We're now about 40% of natural gas consumption in the U.S. is electric power, and electric power consumes about 40% of the gas production of the U.S. So it really is time for us to kind of harmonize the regulatory oversight of those two sectors, because what we find is that the gas interface with electric works great 350 days a year. But there's always 5 to 15 days where it gets really cold in Pennsylvania or New York. Wellheads freeze up, pipeline equipment freezes up, and the systems can't support each other anymore. So we really got to start paying attention to what we do about those 5 to 15 days a year. Rob mentioned the transmission study that we just completed. This was a little gift from Congress in the Fiscal Responsibility Act a year and a half ago. Basically, we were asked to do a nationwide assessment of interregional transmission and the reliability benefits associated with that. And so what we did is we built basically a model of North America. We're doing the interprovincial piece of Canada right now, and use transmission as a vehicle for optimizing reserves, right? So effectively a linear program, not trying to optimize cost, but to optimize reserves across the country. First time anyone's ever looked at the U.S. under a common set of assumptions, right? We stress tested against 12 years of weather data. We used our LTRA data from last year to project what the system would look like in 10 years from now. And some interesting insights came out of that. One is we identified about 35 gigawatts of new transmission that would help optimize reserves around the country. It would not solve our problems alone, though. What's key that we need to build generation. Because one of the other things that we learned, which seems self-evident now, is that having wires without resource on one side doesn't do you any good, right? You need to have energy supply in order to export. And what we see with weather systems is that it's often the case that one system's impacted by the weather and the next one now is too, right? So we had to look kind of 2 or 3 systems over to figure out where there were opportunities to to optimize. But 35 gigawatts, that's a lot of transmission, more than we've been building for sure. It's not evenly distributed, like everything else, right? There are certain areas where there's more opportunity than others. A lot of opportunity in Texas, not surprising, interconnecting Texas with the rest of North America. A fair amount of opportunity interconnecting the two. The U.S. has two different interconnections, an eastern and a western one. A lot of opportunity across those interconnection boundaries. That also raises a real security issue, because one of the reasons we have interconnections is in case one ever went dark, the other one could help reboot the country. So there are a lot of questions around, from a security perspective, whether we'd want to integrate the grids. But there's clearly a reliability opportunity. And then, like I said, it's not about stringing wires. You got to make sure you have resource available at the times when you would need it. So with that as a backdrop, let me just give you a picture of kind of what the U.S. looks like over the course of the next 5 years. So let me just kind of color coding. So the light blue is what we would call normal risk. And we've typically thought of the risk associated with the system being a 1 in 10 year risk of an event on the grid. So all the areas in blue, we would say have a 1 in 10 year possibility of having an outage over the course of the next decade. The yellow, so what we have here in California, Mexico, SPP, Texas, and so forth, we call that elevated risk. And an elevated risk are areas that would be fine under normal conditions, but if we saw a 90-10 weather event, a Uri, a Heather, some sort of an extreme weather event, that they would have issues in being able to meet load. And then we have one part of the country, MISO, which is kind of the center of the continent there, that we would say has high risk. And that's because they don't meet the 1 in 10 standard. MISO is about a 1 in 6 year risk they have associated with their resource base under normal conditions. What's driving this are a variety of factors. The generator retirements, big issue in PJM. This is actually the first year we've shown PJM at elevated risk. And that's because our math's catching up to the retirement challenges that they're facing. MISO's been facing this problem for a while in terms of having generators come off the system prematurely. Limited dispatchable generation. These are areas where they're highly reliant on variable generation without enough firm to be able to back up during an event. And the one thing I always like to talk about is that the backbone of the continent, so from Saskatchewan, kind of down through the Dakotas, Kansas, Oklahoma, into West Texas, one of the greatest wind resources in the world. And we have about 60 gigawatts of wind generation across the continent in that belt. Grid planners, they use a construct called ELCC, or equivalent load carrying capacity, to derate that generation. And the ELCC for that 60 gigawatts would be somewhere between 15 and 25 gigawatts from a planning perspective. A little bit higher in the winter than in the summer. And then on June 6th last year, we had 300 megawatts actually ran because it wasn't windy anywhere. And that's kind of the reality of the grid that we're building. We have to be able to figure out how we deal with widespread, fuel droughts. So whether it's a major marine layer that persists over the desert Southwest, a wind drought across the backbone of the country, or one of these gas events that I've talked about. So that's where the value of long duration storage becomes such a big deal. All the batteries that we're putting on the system making a really big difference in the context of dealing with the ramp rates associated with solar and so on and so forth, but they're like 2 to 3 hours of duration for the most part. We're going to need to have weeks of storage, and at a pretty extraordinary scale, which brings us into things like how do we make better use out of pumped hydro facilities, the iron ore batteries that someone mentioned earlier today. Great possibility there, but again, that's kind of a four-day battery. There's probably a way of arraying those in a way that makes sense, but we're going to have to deal with the prospect of fuel droughts as we continue to move around the system. And then you see demand growth, right? Drivers in particular areas, and that's largely driven by reindustrialization and data centers and a little bit of population migration. But overall, not a great picture from an electric reliability perspective. You know, when we started producing these maps, we've been producing these reports for like 60 years. And they were always these very dense, uninteresting, tables of reliability data. It was really in 2018 that we started to realize we needed to start having a way of depicting this risk. So there's a library now of about 6 years of these, and each year, they started out with a problem down in California, and then each year that contagion kind of continues to grow. So what's the way out of this? Because if I just leave it with that, nobody ever invites me back. We've kind of identified there are kind of 4 or 5 things that, as a society, we need to kind of figure out how to do. And this is pretty consistent with the conversation we've had today. The first is, the growth that we're seeing, particularly the data centers, absolutely a national security issue. We've got to figure out how to keep those in this country, which means we need to figure out how we're going to balance the rate at which those come on the system with the commercial needs that their developers need to meet, but meets also the reliability requirements that we and they are going to rely on. So there needs to be a balancing of growth with the resource base. That probably means we need to figure out some way to slow the retirements that are occurring on the grid right now until we have a way of really replacing them fulsomely. First thing is we got to figure out how to get new resources onto the system. The interconnection queue is a big part of that. Siting and permitting will be a big part of that. We probably also really need to focus in on technology. As I said, right, not only do we need to replace kilowatt hours, we need to replace voltage and frequency creation, all of which tells me we got to really figure out how to get nuclear working at scale. A science project, SMR, is not going to do it. We need fleets of these things ready to come on the grid in a relatively short period of time. But we need to be able to get them on the grid, studied and on the grid quickly. Second, we're going to really need to figure out how to get the infrastructure built that's going to allow those facilities to integrate on. As Allison mentioned, most of the resources that are going to come on the grid over the next 5 years, whether we like it or not, is going to be solar and wind, because that's what's in the interconnection queue, and people aren't lined up to buy gas turbines at the speed at which they would like to be able to. The queer thing about wind and solar, you can't move the fuel. You gotta move the power, right? And so to the extent that the power centers of the country are gonna be solar in the desert Southwest, continued development of wind across the backbone, right? We got to figure out how to get that power to load centers in the Northeast, in the Midwest, and elsewhere in the West Coast. It's also going to require an investment in gas infrastructure, because for every windmill or solar panel we put on the system, we're going to have that much more burden on the gas system from a volatility perspective. So natural gas and storage, whether that's subsurface or surface LNG, more pipeline capacity, that's probably going to be increasingly more poorly utilized. And look more like the electric grid than what the gas system does today is going to be important. Third, we really got to figure out how we're going to secure the balancing resources. For the foreseeable future, I don't see much of an alternative other than natural gas to be able to do that. And it's not that I like natural gas so much, it's because I like the way natural gas generation operates, right? It's highly flexible. It's really the only physical generating asset we have that can be deployed where it needs to be deployed, that can ramp up and down at the speed at which it needs to accommodate the variability of wind and solar. And we really got to focus in on how we secure that supply of natural gas for the power sector. The gas system wasn't designed to serve power generation, and certainly not the power generation fleet we're migrating towards. So we're going to have to solve that somewhere along the lines. A lot of good work going on between the gas trades and the electric trades on trying to figure out answers to this. It's a good start, but the time for problem admiration passed a long time ago. And we really need to start figuring out how we're going to make these two systems work together under all kinds of weather conditions that they need to. And then finally, the big thing here is we really got to change our mindset in planning and operating the grid. Really, not paying as much attention to capacity on peak. That's still going to be important, but we really got to shift all of our planning towards energy supply because that's what customers consume 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. And they need it because we all know, like I said, the day you get up and flip the switch and the lights don't come on, that's a really bad day. So that's our view. That's our outlook. We'll be publishing the map. Will get published next week officially, and hopefully that was an interesting way to wrap up the session. So I'll turn it back to you.
Jim, do you have a minute to take a question? I do. Thank you, Jim. That was, first of all, a very cheery tie for a very bleak message.
Sorry about that. That's why I wore the red vest.
Yeah, please, you stay at the podium so you're on camera. We can invite a couple questions from the room if folks have questions for Jim, but I'd love to start. You are looking at the reliability questions where the burden of performance is like one, right? When we're having a policy discussion earlier in the day, which involves everything else, emissions, economic opportunity, growth, are we missing things that you think are really important from the reliability standpoint?
Yeah, I think the challenge we have as a society in general is that we're dominated by single issue advocates who are very, very capable of advancing their single issue priority. One of the things that's true about reliability is that it's rooted in physics. In fact, some people ask me, how do you think of yourself? And I kind of say, I kind of run the Trade Association for Physics because they don't have one and they need one. The one thing that we've been pushing the administration on, and I'm actually kind of happy with what I see coming out of the Trump administration on this, is the need for better policy coordination across all of the executive branch agencies, because almost anything somebody does, whether it's in the Commerce Department, EPA, or what have you, is going to end up having some implication on electric reliability. And the key to understanding this is that I love Tom Fanning and one of his quotes, which is that electric power is about 4 or 5% of the economy, but it's the first 4 or 5%. Right? Because without this, nothing else works. And I think because reliability hasn't been a big issue up until the last few issues, that's a muscle memory that's kind of gone away. And we really need to make sure that we're looking through all of our policies through the lens of what could this do, or what would the implications be for the electric grid, and do we like that trade-off or not? Sometimes I don't think those conversations happen as explicitly as they should.
With that in mind, I know that was a big debate around the power sector rules for greenhouse gas emissions that the Biden administration was promulgating. We expect those to be significantly revised, so I don't know that we need to kind of over-interrogate that specific question, but it raises an issue that you raised in your talk, which is that you see a likely need to reduce the pace of retirements. And that largely is going to be a story around thermal plants, and I'm guessing coal. That's going to be a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. How do you see that progressing over the next 15 years?
I'm not sure. At some level, I would say that the damage to the electric grid, only through the reliability lens, so understand the lens I'm talking from, has kind of been done, right? I don't think there's any power plant owner in the country that's going to put any amount of risk capital into a coal plant. Right, because whereas the next administration might be a little more friendly on emissions requirements than the previous one, there will be another administration after that. And we're already starting to see degradation in coal plant performance. So those assets, they're kind of at their end of their life anyway, and they're not getting invested in, so they're going to become a less useful part of the grid going forward. That only just serves as more impetus to get the new stuff onto the grid as fast as we can, because they're going to die a natural death. Right. Whether they're accelerated or not, that's going to happen in the period of time that we're looking at.
Excellent. Well, we got one question from the back. Just introduce yourself for the online audience, and then remember propositional statement and a sentence that goes up at the end.
Hi, my name is Shijo Zhou. I'm from WoodMac, also known as the resident power transformer advocate today. when we talk to some of the utilities and also the manufacturers about currently the transformer shortage, which is related to the infrastructure transmission pillar that you have there, somebody did point to NERC and say that NERC could do something to help standardize some of the specs and equipment and all that. Just want to get your thoughts on, if we were to solve that particular pillar, this has to be part of that discussion, and anything that you're doing that you could share.
Well, I think somebody has a liberal view of our authority beyond the bully pulpit on this one. But I agree. I mean, I remember doing some procurement work back when I was a puppet McKinsey on transformer production. I think this was I'm not going to remember the exact number, but we looked at the number of production runs per SKU for General Electric and their transformers. It was some incredibly high number, like 7, right? There's far too much customization of equipment out on the grid. That's particularly true of distribution transformers, where there's a real opportunity to harmonize designs, which would help with supply chain. But even for the large-scale bulk power system transformers, there's an opportunity there. The other issue, and this one's going to be really hard to solve, is that all of this equipment is software enabled. And until we get a really good handle on where the software is developed and coded, right, we don't really know what risks we're putting on the grid because we don't know where the software's come from, right? So you think about nation-state adversaries and supply chain risk, there's kind of physically getting the equipment, but then is the equipment exactly what you wanted? And given that we've moved a lot of this manufacturing out of North America, we really got to be paying attention to kind of the supply chain around software embedded in the equipment, and then also figuring out over time where we really ought to be figuring out how to repatriate that back to the U.S. My opinion.
Okay. Sai Megady, fellow with the CSIS Energy Security and Climate Change Program. I want to ask you about gas electric reliability. To me, that seems like the scariest and sort of most underweighted risk to the system. How do we actually make progress on that? Let's say for the incoming administration, incoming Congress, do we need new authorities, a new agency, someone have jurisdiction to really make something happen? Because as you've mentioned, obviously folks have been talking about this for a while. There's a lot of ideas out there. Like, is that the path forward?
So I'm on record saying that I think, we need to have a gas reliability organization. The chairman of FERC believes that. The group that led the NASB gas electric harmonization effort believes that. The gas industry does not believe that. And I think until they endorse the idea, right, it's probably not going to happen. What is great to see, though, is that all of the gas segments, and one of the issues we have with gas is that gas it's not a segment, right? There are multiple pieces of the gas industry. But they've all put in place some variant of voluntary winterization requirements for their operations. That's in upstream and in the pipelines. That's a great first step. And to be perfectly honest, that's how we got started, back in 1968. What we've discovered in the electric sector is that the introduction of an enforcement regime, right, to provide accountability for implementing those kinds of requirements is essential. And so I'm hoping the gas industry can avoid that, right? And that the voluntary actions will happen. But I'm a little bit jaded on that front. The other issue is that gas is enormously fragmented, right? Particularly when you get into the upstream part of the business. And one of the vexations we have are the force majeure requirements and clauses around upstream production. And I think one of the things that I'd like to see, because you could solve a lot of these problems commercially, right, if you change the force majeure restrictions and then got some voluntary work going to align the operating days between the two sectors. Those seem like low-hanging fruit to me, but the force majeure thing that's an anathema to the small producers. So I think that may take some congressional work, if indeed that proves to be as important as I think it is.
Why don't we take 2 more final questions? We'll take both questions, give Mr. Rob a chance to respond.
All the time.
And then we will close the session.
Hi, I'm Jane Nakano with the CSIS Energy Program Senior Fellow. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Going back to your comment from, I guess, 2 questions ago about some of the supply chain security concerns. During the first Trump administration, there was a bit of a discussion stemming from one of the executive orders looking at the power sector supply security concern. And there was also a discussion around the distributed energy and how that may actually provide more entry points for some of the
tax service.
Yes, yeah. So I was curious as to how you see that discussion sort of coming back in probably with the more intensity, perhaps during the second Trump administration, and what are some of the current thoughts from some of your not member companies, but a lot of folks that you work with. Thank you.
Yeah, so one thing is everyone kind of lines around security. Security and reliability, most people can say, I can get behind that. We made great progress with the Biden administration on these issues as well. We have taken on an initiative to, this partially addresses your question, distributed energy resources, DERs. So we went through an effort last year and got approval from FERC to expand our registry to include another fairly substantial cadre of generators. Mostly going to be mostly solar, inverter-based generations. Batteries will get pulled in this as well. Down to 25 megawatts and connecting at I think 60 kV and above. So still bulk power stuff, right? We're not getting to people's rooftops or anything yet. But we will have the ability then to write some fairly straightforward requirements around access for third-party access, internet access, control access to those devices, as well as require them to meet the ride-through capabilities that we're putting on the larger inverters. I suspect there may be another tranche somewhere down the road of those, but we are looking to bring more mandatory protections into a broader set of generators than what we've had in the past.
Hello, I'm Bill Hederman, and my question relates to something I've been trying to get IEEE to do since I worked for Ernie Moniz about 10 years ago. And when you shared your assessment map, it's like, NERC's on a trail that could get there. The American Society of Civil Engineers regularly grades the electric grid. And it's totally absurd. It gets attention, and IEEE will not take up that question of giving some grades within the grid. They're afraid to do it. NERC is really close. I just wanted to see if you've ever thought about getting a little more granular on what you're doing, not to a company level, but it seems like this could be really helpful in communicating to regulators and industry and politicians. And I'm just wondering if you've thought about taking it a little further.
I'll tell you, we have enough on our plate right now. We haven't really looked for more things to do. But I do think that there'd be value in IEEE or even the American Society of Civil Engineering to look at this, because a lot of the grid was developed, 50, 60 years ago. And in need of modernization. Allison mentioned the opportunity through reconductoring, right? And I think that's a huge opportunity in certain areas, right? And we ought to be looking at kind of how we upgrade using the assets that we have right now, which are largely the right-of-ways in the land that the sector consumes and will consume into the future, and making sure we're getting the most use out of that. The only other issue I always have to say here is that there's no free lunch, right? As you add more and more capacity onto a right-of-way, you've also now concentrated a lot of risk on that right-of-way that you need to figure out how you're going to mitigate through other mechanisms. But I think there's a lot of good things we could be doing that could upgrade the quality of the grid that we have and make it more productive.
Great. Thank you so much, Jim. A warm applause for Jim and sharing his perspective. Colleagues, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the day. Obviously, a really interesting set of conversations, lots of themes to explore in the coming months. Let me just offer 2 notes of gratitude. First, Simon Gady, fellow here at CSIS. Today's program was really his brainchild. if you haven't seen the work he's doing, it's been mentioned several times today. It's excellent, thinking through some of the strategic imperatives underlying load growth, trying to articulate the connections in a clear and accurate way. And so please do check out his work and congratulate him if you're here in the after the session. And secondly, there are a lot of support staff go into making these events smooth, from the catering to the streaming broadcasting to the beautiful facilities we share. So also please, if you get a chance, thank somebody on your way out. Otherwise, Joseph Mikett for the program here at CSIS saying thank you for your kind attention, your attendance. Hope you have a wonderful Christmas, happy holidays. Hopefully this is our last public event, unless something arises. We'll see you in January. Thank you so much.